Welcome back, supporter of the cause. The Rogue Room appreciates your recommendation.
Look at my dinner. Oh no! Hang on, that's not gonna work. Shit. Just ignore the timer, okay? It's only been like a minute past. It'll be fine. I can't like fix the timer now. We've actually got less than 2 minutes until the stream starts, but I was a dickhead and I changed my scene, which was stupid and dumb, and I shouldn't have done that. My outfit's honestly not that impressive. You'll see it in a moment, don't worry. Less than a minute. 45 seconds, folks. Until I take off the veil and you can see me in all my glory. Honestly, I feel like I take more pride in my makeup than my outfit choices at this point in time. I'm getting quite good at makeup. I'm enjoying it. I'm thinking maybe, like we've talked about, a get ready with me stream at some point, where I'll start my stream with no makeup on and we'll go through the makeup. I'm considering that, honestly. Woke up feeling pretty good, even though you went to bed in a mood. Understandable. But yeah, like, maybe we can do that soon. Hey Nacho, my day was alright. My day was good. How was yours? Take off the veil sounds like either a pagan thing or I'm getting married to the stream. Honestly, pick one. How's it going, folks? Welcome to the Rogue Room. Sit down, grab a drink, and chill out with us. Look, we have charcuterie cam. In case you missed it, this is my dinner. This is my deluxe charcuterie board dinner. And I thought I might as well give it its own camera angle, because this shit is boss as fuck. And don't call me bro. I'm not a bro. I used to be. I used to be very bro-ish in the way I presented myself, and then I was like, no, you know what? I don't want to be a bro. I don't like broing it up. Adult lunchable. What's planned for tonight? Well, I think we want to talk a little bit about Valentine's Day, if you folks want to. Make a sim based on me. Yes, do it. I'm stacking this bitch high, okay? First of all, we've got some basil and corn. No, not corn. I don't know what the green stuff is, but this stuff is hummus. We got some camembert, and I'm gonna slap a chorizo on that bitch. Look at that. There you go. There's a fucking meal. Just finished the vid, Sammy. What do you think? Ah. I forgot to bring my water. Detroit. There you go. I'll have to go get my water. I don't have it with me at the moment. Anywho, let me just go grab that really quickly, and then we'll come back and we'll have a bit of a chat. We'll get into the blah 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 blah. Hold on. Dude, my cat is having a gorgeous little nap right out there on the lounge. He's lovely. He's sitting there being all lovely and stuff. Well, I'm not trying to move that. I'm not trying to move that fucking thing. Oh my goodness. The anti-Hadaway sentiment. So if you folks watched it, I made a stupid mistake with putting that video up. I set it to premiere mode, and that treats it as a bloody... That treats it as a fucking stream. So if you watch a premiere vid while it's premiering, I forgot that it did this. It plays the vid and it's got like a chat interface down the side. You know, Vladislav. Oh my goodness. Anyways, this is my Valentine's Day, folks. Sesame breadsticks. Hey Ty, how you doing? With dude as gender neutral, you know, I'm okay with dude. We've had the discussion before, and like, to each their own. If anyone else in chat doesn't want to be called dude, that's fine. But I'm okay with it. Hey Isadora, how you doing? I got a whole ass fucking charcuterie board situation here. Because I'm bougie as all fuck. I'm mixing these together and I can't. There we go. But thinking about where you fit romantic attraction is an interesting thought that I hadn't touched on too much. I think I could have added a lot more. Honestly. I could have added a lot more to that video, but I ended up skimping out a bit. Who needs a Valentine when you have a cat? Honestly, true. We do have a cat. Got a whole ass Overwatch with me. Hi, by the way, hi Riley, how you doing? Hey Fox. We can talk about why fascism is bad. We can talk about why fascism is bad. Your Valentine's is still sleeping, as is your other Valentine's. Well, if you did watch it, let me know what you thought about it. Yes, shockingly, fascism is actually a bad system. Despite the fact that we did have someone coming in the other night trying their best to be respectful, I think. I have to wonder if they were just a particularly elaborate troll. Oh, we are going to talk about music. Yes, there is an article on Rolling Stone, if I'm not mistaken, about music. I do want to talk about that. The movie by Sia, by the way. You watched that vid. Do you mean... Wait, did you watch, like, Sia's movie, or do you mean something else? Because Sia's movie has been an absolute fucking train wreck in the social media landscape, and it's for good reason, you know. Yeah, my vid. Oh, okay. I get you. I get you. I got salami. I think it's salami. I don't know. But I'm indulging tonight. We got a mocha, which is just honestly hot chocolate powder and black coffee greens. Because I don't have any actual mocha sachets. Because I'm broke. Little salami. Cats can have little salami as a treat. A broker. Yes, her shitfest ill representation of autism. Yes, absolutely. The fact that, honestly, I need to revise my memory of what exactly happened. But as far as I recall, she cast someone who was specifically not autistic to play an autistic person, and it seems like there's some more creepy undertones with the whole casting of that particular actress as well. It goes deeper than just, let's cast a non-autistic actress to play an autistic character. It goes deeper than that. I need tissues. Here we go. Thank you, Bernard. We'll have a look at that. We'll start with that. Yes, she relies on this actress, Maddie Ziegler. Far too much, apparently. Also, whoever redeemed the hydrate, I'm sorry I've been so late on it. Let me scroll back a bit. Here is your hydrate, Morris. There it is. So we've got Sia's music. What the hell is going on in Sia's music on Rolling Stone? And then we've got an autistic actress deconstructs Sia's music mess. So there we go. Is that who that is in Chandelier? Is it? Is that Maddie Ziegler chick? Yeah, I don't mind some of Sia's actual songs, but I mean, I don't listen to them routinely, sort of thing. But this has definitely become one of those situations where the portrait that has been painted of her as a result of this movie leaves me with a very sour taste in my mouth as an autistic person, as someone who cares about the rights of autistic people, and who cares about when someone of influence like Sia uses their power and influence to basically mistreat and dismiss the autistic community. Like, why would you make a movie about autistic people if you were not going to consider their feelings in the whole discussion? If you were not going to consider their voices? Fuck Sia, exactly. Why would you go out of your way to do that? And then when called out about it, she doubled down. Yeah. You hate music, yeah. Well, let's have a look. Do I hold a grudge on Black Eyed Peas for the original name of that Let's Get Started song? I honestly don't think about it. I mean, it is rude. It is crass. It is insensitive. So yeah, I guess so. But I don't really care all that much. As an aside, it's rather interesting how many of their songs have been retroactively changed. So like, Let's Get Started, or Let's Get It Started, or whatever it's called now, used to be Let's Get Arslurred. And, the other song, I forget what exactly this one was called, but they had a lyric that was like, "You're so... something 2008. It was like, we're so 2008 and you're so 2000 late, or some stupid, dumb bullshit. And because, you know, time moves in a linear fashion, eventually that lyric became outdated, so they changed it to... Yeah, I know it's from a different song, I'm just saying they have a habit of changing their songs. And they changed it to You're So 3008. Exactly. They changed that lyric because, oh no, the song's outdated. Anywho, here we are. I mean, I don't really have an issue with Black Eyed Peas. I don't particularly like Fergie, honestly. I mean, mostly for her music. It's just not very interesting to me. Always had that problem, and the rest of them are just kind of like, I'm indifferent to their existence. You love my headband so much? Thank you, Tekka. How are you tonight? How's it going? How's your Valentine's Day, everyone? For anyone who is celebrating, and I mean, I'm not, really. Like, this is as Valentine's as it gets. I'm self-loving tonight. That's what this is. Not physically, but... You know, we're self-loving with the charcuterie board. And I got wine later. They did start okay with Where Is the Love? Like, they did. That was a very good song. It had a very good message. And then, honestly, even Shut Up and all that, I stopped caring after they started going really, really stock standard pop music. Oh yeah, Linkin Park's, you know, tell someone to shut up messaging in their songs is far better than Black Eyed Peas could ever hope. Black Eyed Peas could simply not. But they're still going without Fergie, hey. There you go. Linkin Park does still hold up. Are they still doing music? Have they announced if they're doing anything? Given that Chester Bennington is no longer with us. I swear I heard some rumor that they were doing something else, but at the same time I can understand the band just wanting to dissolve after something like that. He is immortal. He is. It was rumored Austin Carlisle from Mice and Men was going to do vocals. Honestly, personal opinion, I'm not a musician. Take this with a grain of salt, but I feel like if a musician dies, if a lyricist dies, or if anyone dies really, like even if it's a guitarist or a drummer or anything like that, it's like I suppose it's hard because, you know, if you've got a fan base, they might expect to keep that going, but it does feel disrespectful to the original musician if someone dies and they replace them. Mike Shinoda. Oh yeah, he is on Twitch. He's been doing music on Twitch, yeah. Oh, that's good shit. AC/DC did it okay, yeah, I suppose. But now, like, their entire career has been with their current frontman, hasn't it? Like, for the most part, sorry. He only ended up doing vocals on live songs. On top of that, he became a fuckwit Christian and had sexual assault allegations. Marvelous. Just what we love to hear about our celebrities. Why do these people keep managing to stay on top of the world? Goodness gracious me. Yeah, true, they have to work. Like, they have to keep going with it. You really want chocolate, but it's 5 a.m. You should absolutely get chocolate at 5 a.m. There is never a bad time for chocolate, which is completely contradictory to what I was telling my son this morning, that it was too early for him to have a chocolate ice cream. You know, not allowed to have an ice cream for breakfast. Sorry, but if you're an adult, go ahead. I don't care. He allegedly assaulted Chester's sister. My god, seriously? What the fuck? If that's true, shit can the cunt. Holy hell. That's ridiculous. Are you enjoying charcuterie cam? I can't get this on there. Is that who we're talking about? This Austin Carlisle folk? Bloke? Want to be Rainbow Union with superpowers. I'm like eating in the microphone here, but I'm getting all this in there. Salami, yes, I got salami. I've got chorizo as well. Look at this. I got chorizo. I love chorizo, fried chorizo. It's good stuff. I'm gonna get this bit of cheese. I got cheddar, I got camembert, I got 2 dips, I got hummus, and one other one that I can't think of the name of. Hello, lesbian bread and cheese. What about lesbian crackers and cheese? We're gonna do philosophy. Drink off that chocolate. I haven't touched the chocolate yet. Oh, okay. We'll do a bit of philosophy. I'll give you a paragraph. Who are we feeling? Pick a philosopher, or pick a time period. Pick a time period for me. And well, oh, I can't do my alternate angle camera because that's just charcuterie cam at the moment. Happy Valentine's Day. Your boyfriend just fell asleep on the call with you. That's adorable. How you doing, Apollo? Galileo? Figure... Well, lesbian redeemed it. I can pick. Okay, let's see here. How about Epicurus? Death is nothing to us. 38. How about this one? You're doing really good. I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad to hear it. Who was one of the first? Well, one of the first listed in this. Yes, we're mukbanging now. Or mukbanging or whatever it is. The ancient world ones that we have here are Thales of Miletus, who said everything is made of water. Pythagoras. Oh, hang on. Welcome to the Rogue Room. Suspense 146. I couldn't hear that alert at all. Holy heck, I don't know what's going on. My Streamlabs alerts are fucked. Enjoy that lurk, broken. There we go, Big Frank the Tank. I could hear that one, just faintly. Welcome to the Rogue Room. Both of you, sit down, grab a drink, and chill out with us as we read a bit of philosophy. Then we got Protagoras. Man is the measure of all things. A life which is unexamined is not worth living. Socrates. Earthly knowledge is but shadow. Plato. Truth resides in the world around us. Aristotle. And we're going to read a bit of Epicurus. Or we're going to read about Epicurus. We're not going to read actual Epicurean texts. We're going to read about him. So sit tight for a sec. Water is good. It's not really a mukbang. I just wanted to make you jealous of my food, quite frankly. I didn't anticipate the chat box being over it, though. It kind of ruins the whole thing. Like, if we have this here, You can see my stuff. My dodgy, cheap charcuterie board for Valentine's Day. Just here to share some wholesome dad energy, make tall people feel short. I'm like 5'11". Does that make me tall, or does that make me... What does that make me? Delightfully average? Bruschetta, nice. Okay. Epicurus. In context, his branch of philosophy is ethics. His approach is obviously, get this, Epicureanism. Shocking that. Before him, in late 5th century BCE, Socrates states that seeking knowledge and truth is the key to a worthwhile life. And circa 400 BCE, Democritus and Leucippus conclude that the cosmos consists solely of atoms moving in empty space. After Epicurus, circa 50 BCE, Roman philosopher Lucretius writes De Rerum Natura, a poem exploring Epicurus's ideas. In 1789, Jeremy Bentham advocates the utilitarian idea of the greatest happiness for the greatest number. 1861, John Stuart Mill argues that intellectual and spiritual pleasures have more value than physical pleasures. Alright, so let's read this first paragraph. Hang on. Well, hang on. This is only 2 pages. We can read the whole thing. We can do the whole Epicurus. It's not Epicurious, it's Epicurus. I can't read. I apologize for being a dumb.
Welcome to the Rogue Room.
Evelyn Klimsch, welcome to the Rogue Room. Sit down, grab a drink, and chill out with us while we get into some Epicurus really quickly. Epicurus grew up in a time when the philosophy of ancient Greece had already reached a pinnacle in the ideas of Plato and Aristotle. The main focus of philosophical thinking was shifting from metaphysics towards ethics, and also from political to personal ethics. Epicurus, however, found the seeds of a new school of thought in the quests of earlier philosophers, such as Socrates' examination of the truth of basic human concepts and values. Central to the philosophy that Epicurus developed is the view that peace of mind or tranquility is the goal of life. Goals, mate. He argues that pleasure and pain are the roots of good and evil, and qualities such as virtue and justice derive from these roots, as it is impossible to live a pleasant life without living wisely, honorably, and justly, and it is impossible to live wisely, honorably, and justly without living pleasantly. Epicureanism is often mistakenly interpreted as simply being about the pursuit of sensual pleasures. For Epicurus, the greatest pleasure is only attainable through knowledge and friendship, and a temperate life with freedom from fear and pain. Is this my homework? Not yet. It might be at some point in the future. This is just a little bit of philosophy. A little book of philosophy. One of the obstacles for goodness sake, I can read. One of the obstacles to enjoying the peace of a tranquil mind, Epicurus reasons, is the fear of death, and this fear is increased by the religious belief that if you incur the wrath of the gods, you will be severely punished in the afterlife. Happy Valentine's Day, Eva. This will be on the test, so write this down. But rather than countering this fear by proposing an alternative state of immortality, Epicurus tries to explain the nature of death itself. He starts by proposing that when we die, we are unaware of our death, since our consciousness, our soul, ceases to exist at the point of death. To explain this, Epicurus takes the view that the entire universe consists of other atoms or empty space, as argued by the atomist philosophers Democritus and Leucippus. How did they have concepts of atomic energy in these times? 341 to 270 BCE. I'm so baffled by, did they have the technology to observe this stuff, or were they just going on a whim? How did they argue in terms of atomic theory in that time? They got really high. They thought atom is in the smallest possible thing. I see. That would probably make sense. Are you actually 7'2", by the way? 5'4"? Not what we know as atoms. So the current atomic theory would be derived from their concepts, you would argue. Should get the book I Think Therefore I Am? I should. I definitely should. Where were we? Epicurus then reasons that the soul could not be empty space because it operates dynamically within the body, so it must be made up of atoms. He describes these atoms of the soul as being distributed around the body, but as being so fragile that they dissolve when we die, and so we are no longer capable of sensing anything. If you are unable to feel anything mentally or physically when you die, it is foolish to let the fear of death cause you pain while you are still alive. Hello, Jim Olsen. How are you doing? Galen and Hippocrates. I'll have to give a look. The word atom got reused. There you go. That's cool. You'd be a small bean in comparison. Oh, I see. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if someone were to stop by and they were actually 7'2". I mean, that's entirely possible. Epicurus attracted a small but devoted following in his lifetime, but he was perceived as being dismissive of religion, which made him unpopular. His thinking was largely ignored by mainstream philosophy for centuries, but it resurfaced in the 18th century in the ideas of Jeremy Bentham and John Stuart Mill. In revolutionary politics, the tenets of Epicureanism are echoed in the words of the United States Declaration of Independence: life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. There you go. So there's Epicurus. He tried to learn animation, but it only infuriated you. Well, I mean, why did it infuriate you? I should read Epicurus' original text in classical Greek. I'm going to do that. We're going to learn classical Greek on stream. I'm going to read Epicurus' original texts as they were meant to be read in the ancient Greek. And then we're also going to learn, like, Gaelic while we're at it. Dude, this is so good. This is really bad for you, but not that bad for you, honestly. Can I flip off your cousin? Nacho Girl's cousin, that's for you. Oh, where's my ring? I'm getting stuff all over my hands. That's why I've got, honestly, why I had a fork, which I haven't been using. Well, there's Epicureanism. Epicurus. I did have lip gloss on, mind you. Need that trans. I've got it on the wrong finger. Fuck, don't do that to me. Hold on. Damn it. Oh god, it goes on my index finger, not on my middle finger, which are different sizes. Lucky I was able to get that off. This is a problem with having a ring you can't just wear constantly. You have to take it off sometimes. Do I like dudes or chicks? Is that any of your business? Is the question I would ask in retort. You have a lasagna in the oven. I hope it's a good one. Take care of that lasagna, Apollo. Yeah, it is a bit reductive too, isn't it? I like people. I like chocolate too. I like it when people decide to not make movies that mock autistic people. Twitch. Oh my god, Letitia Buffoni? Is that who I think that is? The skater chick. Dude. She's so cool. I've watched a few videos of her. She's a fucking badass, isn't she? She's the one that got into the new Tony Hawk remake, isn't she? Dude, she's awesome. Neither dude nor chick. No one is attracted to me. I have cheese. Here we go. I'm gonna eat my hummus and then we're gonna talk about this. Letitia is pretty damn cool. But yeah, I call myself Budget ContraPoints because of my latest, my little trend towards doing videos that are similar in style to hers. Amidst all of my stream highlight videos. Okay. So an autistic actress deconstructs Sia's music mess. Hopefully they give us the full rundown because there is a lot here about this story. We desperately need to talk about disability representation in the media. This is absolutely true. It's true all the time about all disabilities, but right now the conversation about autistic representation is especially urgent. Here's a question for you folks. regarding disability representation, regarding because this topic comes up with a bunch of different types of representation, whether it comes to queer representation, whether it comes to trans representation. Well, I mean, trans is queer, but you know what I mean, like gay representation. You've got like Brokeback Mountain, pretty obviously a movie about two gay dudes played by two straight dudes. And then you've got movies like Boys Don't Cry, where the lead actress is playing is a cis woman playing a trans man. I mean, it's, and then like we come back around to the situation where, like, if you go back further and further in film history, hang on, let me look this up. You go back far enough in film history to a time when this was more acceptable. John Wayne, a very, very white man, played Genghis Khan in a film. So there we go. Representation, guys. Representation. It's always been a moving situation in Hollywood, at the very least. So we can hope that, you know, the backlash to Sia's movie here may make and again, you got like what's his name in Rain Man? What's his name? The actor in Rain Man. I forgot what his name is. Again, another situation where it's a neurotypical person playing a very autistic savant person. Dustin Hoffman, that's his name. Yes. Don't think there's an agender flag. What's the agender flag look like? Is that the grayscale one? Oh no, it's the one with the green light. That's a cool flag, dude. Can I just say, agender folks, we got a badass flag. It's sick as hell. Let's get all the cool color schemes. Dang it. I want a cool color scheme. I mean, I like the trans flag, honestly. It's adorable. Anyway. Let's come back to this. It's urgent during a global pandemic with a promising vaccine around the corner, which people will still refuse because somehow in the year of our Yako Warner 2020, people still think vaccines cause autism and that autism is worse than COVID-19. It's an urgent and largely overlooked consideration in conversations about racially motivated police brutality. Really? What does that mean? Hang on. Autistic man. Oh, I remember this. There has been a bit of a situation. I mean, obviously, cops in the United States are particularly racist. Hello, W, how you doing? And there's been some precedent towards them attacking and killing autistic black people because they behave in erratic ways that cops aren't trained to deal with. Your phone is RBG in trans colors because obviously mine used to be. But it's just purple now because I couldn't get the colors to look right. And I couldn't lay it out like the trans flag on my keys. I couldn't assign it that way. The mysterious... Why didn't that come up? There we go. The mysterious stranger one, welcome to the Rogue Room. Sit down, grab a drink, and chill out with us. Anyway. You're okay with straight actors playing gay and bi characters as long as queer people are prominently involved in the production? I agree. Like, if they're playing... Because, you know... what am I doing for Valentine's Day? We're chilling out and eating some charcuterie board over here. That's what I got going. Oh, that's not my chat box. There we go. I've almost finished the whole bloody thing. And I'll hydrate too. You got an undercut unicorn. That's fucking awesome. I think, yeah, with regards to... Here's the thing. I think you could potentially employ a non-autistic person to play an autistic person in a movie. But it does not very much seem like Sia has spent a lot of time understanding autistic people. And of course, we come back to the fact that she barely considered any autistic actors for this role. Good try. There you go. It's urgent in a time when unemployment rates are skyrocketing, even in non-pandemic times. There is an 85% unemployment rate for college-educated autistic adults, and the odds are significantly worse for autistic women. It's urgent too in a time where rank-and-file actors are struggling more than ever before to find work, only to be denied opportunities for work they are right for in favor of people who are very, very wrong for it. Posture check. Thank you, Apollo. Let's see. Enter Sia, a non-autistic person who decided that her screenwriting and directorial debut should be on a film called Music, a cinematic experience from Sia, a film by Sia and an album by Sia, starring a non-speaking autistic protagonist named Music. For fuck's sake. The trailer indicates that most of the time she just walks around in a dopey daze, but her special interest and most effective way to communicate with this girl other than through her AAC device is through, wait for it, music. This is really off to a great start here. There's tremendous representation. Thank you, Sia. Can we get some thank you Sias in chat, but replace the thank with fuck? Can we get some fuck you Sias in chat? To make this movie happen, Sia collaborated with another non-autistic screenwriter, Dallas Clayton, and then cast a non-autistic performer, Maddie Ziegler, in the role of the oh-so-cutie autistic protagonist whose name is fucking Music. New here, fuck you, Sia. Hello, Vanna, how you doing? Fuchsia, yes, that's the best way to say it, just fuchsia. That really just sums the whole thing up. Oh, and did we mention it's by Sia because the trailer mentioned it 3 times? That reminds me of, like, I really want to go and play, like, Metal Gear Solid 5 or Death Stranding just to see Hideo Kojima throw his name up on the screen every other fucking minute. She took advisement, my apologies, from Autism Speaks, which is a fucking hate group who explicitly wants to exterminate autistic people. Autism Speaks is a genocidal anti-autism hate group. We clarify that. The only label you'll accept is your name. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. Do we need any other labels than that? I'd drain myself over my fucking labels. It's mentally exhausting to have to constantly define yourself. Quite frankly. I'm autistic, I'm trans, I'm a lesbian, potentially aromantic. What else am I? Live streamer? Dickhead? To the autistic community of which this author is a member, and to anybody who's paid a modicum of attention to disability rights during the last 20 years, I know the label of human, fuck that shit. There are already enough red flags here to stock a bullfighting stadium for a year. Clever pun, I suppose. But it gets a whole lot worse when you see the hideously dismissive and antagonistic way Sia handled the autistic community's unanimously negative reaction to the Music trailer, which dropped earlier this week. This is... when was this released? Because this is a little bit older. Anywho. Michelle Jace has already written about this and cited enough of the vitriol for you to get a pretty clear picture of what a brat Sia is being right now. But there's a lot more to the story than that. Let's have a look at this real quick. Michelle Jace, Sia's film Music excludes autistic artists while capitalizing on their essence. Maybe you're just a bad actor. This is one of the big things. Some quotes in this article have language that may be troublesome to neurodivergent people and young readers. Let's see here. This will be released. Blah, 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 blah. Let's get back to Sia and Music, a film by Sia. Within hours of the trailer's release, comments from autistic viewers began pouring in, questioning Sia's motives. Can you see that? Yeah. Making sure my camera's not in the way. I hate when the text is, like, laid over here. I wish I could, like, choose where the text goes. Anyway, over the... Questioning Sia's motives and choices over the film set to release early 2021, Sia became immediately defensive in her replies on social media. That's always a red flag when you're dealing with becoming defensive towards minority groups, such as autistic folks. In response to an autistic Twitter user's comment, several autistic actors, myself included, responded to these tweets. We all said we could have acted in it on short notice. These excuses are just that, excuses. The fact of the matter is that zero effort was made to include anyone who is actually autistic. Sia replied, tagging autistic actors, "Maybe you're just a bad actor." This is one of the major reasons that we don't like this shit. I'm not a bro, first and foremost. Let's get that out of the way. How you doing, Gork? Throw her into the fires of Mount Doom. hang on a sec. There are plenty of young autistic actors on mainstream television. Kayla Chroma, Maeve Press, Lillian Carrier, Tal Anderson, to name a few, as well as young up-and-comers who have yet to be discovered. In her own defense, supporters mentioned tight schedules and budget constraints as excuses for not dedicating time to find an autistic actor, or she has a weird obsession with Maddie Ziegler. Seriously, Sia's got a weird obsession with Maddie Ziegler. There is a tweet that goes into this. We'll talk about it. There are plenty of... Oh, we talked about that. Could it be that she wanted to cast Ziegler from the beginning and came up with this as an excuse? Absolutely the fuck yes. That's what happened. Because she's creepy. Like, I'm genuinely, seriously thinking at this point that at some point there's gonna be some allegations against Sia. Am I just like... I'm not trying to throw stones. Okay? But I get the suspicion. I get the suspicion that somewhere down the line, Maddie Ziegler is going to come out and say, well, see, the way that things happened is... Then she posts a twit longer. Anyway, one person, did you do... Amy C. Mason, whatever. Did you do any research or consult the community at all? It is very condescending to say that it would be cruel to consult a disabled actor. Sia's response to this tweet was, duh, I spent 3 fucking years researching. I think that's why I'm so fucking bummed. Tom Levi tweeted, it's a mighty shame that someone with such a colossal platform is using it to exclude disabled and neurodiverse actors from their own narratives. I've been a long-time fan of your work, so this is really disappointing. Sia dug her heels in deeper with a reply that tags her co-star, stating, I agree, I've never referred to music as disabled. Special abilities are what I've always said, and casting someone at her level of functioning was cruel, not kind, so I made the executive decision that we would do our best to lovingly represent the community. Sia proclaimed that it would be unkind to hire disabled talent, describing the character music with the phrase, casting someone at her level of function was cruel. First and foremost, why the fuck? In the same tweet, Sia noted that she doesn't refer to the character as disabled. I mean, I just read that. You don't need to reiterate that point. Stop padding out your word count. Fucker is gender neutral. Bro relates to brother, which is male masculine. Same with father and uncle and all that shit. So yeah, let's come back to this one. So is cunt. Cunt is gender neutral. Dude is masculine by the same meaning. That's why we've got a bit of a tricky issue. I think we should treat it on a case-by-case basis. I personally am not adverse to being called dude, but some people might be, so be respectful, generally speaking. I do mean to other people, Fifo, not to you. Like, I wasn't saying the be respectful thing to you. I mean in general. Like, some of us do enjoy being called dude as a gender neutral term, but you are right. Personally, I do see it as a term that does have some gender masculinity to it. And there has been, you know, sort of an anarchistic push against the term dude for that reason. A dudess or a dudette, I mean, those are fair, I think. Salami. Saying dude when talking about the agender flag. See, that's the problem I've got there. And I got to work on that language. I've got to work on that. That's the thing is, you know, some of the language we use is very automatic. What would have happened there? Sorry about that. G'day, matey potato. My daughter mentioned an interesting point today. That she doesn't like being called mate, and I've never liked that term either. It's really weird. Maybe it's because most of the men in my life growing up used the term mate, and almost none of the women did. And thus I think I associated the phrase mate with men, and I don't like it. I say we boycott McDonald's. In a roundabout way, I have been. I haven't gone to McDonald's in like a month. Such a weird... Yeah, it's a weird term, Floppable. I don't get why... I don't know why I am off-put by mate. Because I'm surrounded by Australians. You hear it all the fucking time. And anytime someone calls me that, I'm like, just stop referring to me as a man, please? Even though that's not really what's implied there. What's wrong with Macca's? A lot, honestly. It's oops all mate. Australianism is a disease. Why do Americans call Macca's Mickey D's? Kez, I've genuinely, legitimately heard Australians call it Mickey D's, and it's really weird. Personally, you like to mate with men. Yeah, Australians don't, for the record, Australians don't actually have sex. Australians mate. I don't know why I did that one instead of the rim shot. I got the rim shot over here. Anywho. Friend and comrade, those are good ones. Shall we continue? So we dipped into Michelle Jace's article there and cited enough of the vitriol for you to get a pretty clear picture of what a brat Sia is being right now, but there's more to the story than that. Judging by the tone of the headlines in the few mainstream media outlets that have picked this up, as well as the tone of the comment sections my therapist has told me a million times not to read. I wish I could follow that advice. I'm terrible at not reading comment sections. The general public's perception of this controversy seems to imply that autistics are mad that Sia cast a non-autistic. Heading to bed, have a good one, Louis. Thank you so kindly for swinging by. Have a bloody good one, friend, and have a happy Valentine's Day. Brisbane too. When someone tells you you don't like being called a dude, you won't, but as a by-the-by, use gender... Dude is gender neutral regardless of your gender identity. Took a while to type because focusing issues. I think I can understand. It's tricky. It's tricky because the term the term dude is so deeply entrenched in, I think, a lot of social vocabulary. There are many, aside from mate, you know, we look at mate. And again, personally to me it comes back around to most of the people I've seen using the term mate are men, and they use it in a typically masculine form. Whereas with dude, there's been a lot of people I've spoken to that are women, that will throw the term dude around to anyone. So that also sort of informs how we think about the vocabulary. I mean, your experience may be different from mine, of course, naturally. But that's one thing I've noticed. And that's true of streamers as well, honestly. Like, there's been quite a few streamers I've stopped by. Doesn't matter who it is, they're like, oh, hey, dudes. So it becomes something of a vocabulary norm, which can upset some people. Hey, Nova, how you doing? Also, love heart cushion. Rogue wins. Fatality. It's so fucking morbid. Like, it's literally like a, you know, a white, it looks like a skull under there.
Welcome to the Rogue Room.
Be sick if it was. Floppable cat, welcome to the Rogue Room. Sit down, grab a drink, and chill out with us. You're not a gamer, TM, so you're unfamiliar with such dynamics. Fair. Just like, yeah, I can understand that, cat. I still get tricky with it. I still get kind of weird with it. Anyway, we don't need charcuterie cam anymore, because charcuterie board is gone. Charcuterie board discourse is over. Children. So, oh no, I can't unscrew the camera from this mount. How do I do it? There we go. I got it. It's alright, folks. I got it. This is why I'm trying to use folks as my typical all-inclusive kind of thing. And even folks, I mean, if we're going to get into this discourse, I promise we will continue with autism moment. But folks, generally speaking, is fairly gender neutral. Dinner cam. There we go. Let's get rid of that. We got 2 cameras now. Look at me. Look at me. What's up? You're covering my face, folks. I hope you realize how rude you're being by being all over my face. Like, you know, this is a look. This is a thing. People is the most gender neutral, yeah. Hey, you're all over my face. Please get off my face. Anywho. Oh, I can't use this camera for this scene because my logo's all over it. Alright. Sia obviously feels this way too. Hang on, let me get back. I didn't finish this sentence. Judging by the tone of the headlines and the few mainstream media outlets that have picked this up, as well as the tone of the comment section, blah blah blah, the general public's perception of this controversy seems to imply that autistics are mad that Sia cast a non-autistic. Sorry, I stumbled a bit there. The thinly veiled implication here is that we're simply full of sour grapes, that she didn't call us instead. Sia obviously feels this way too, seeing as her response to one autistic actor who had previously replied to her Twitter casting notice, more on that later, was maybe you're just a bad actor, which we just covered a moment ago. She also tells us that she initially had cast a non-speaking autistic teen who found the experience unpleasant and stressful, and therefore decided it was cruel to keep her on board, and that it would be more compassionate to cast Ziegler. Is the thing, as far as we're aware, if I'm not mistaken, that was the only autistic teenager she auditioned. How do you do, fellow humans? What do I think of Ramoon? What's Ramoon? Aside from the bizarre logic that giving an unknown actor from a severely marginalized and highly unemployed community a lucrative job that they are uniquely qualified for is somehow cruel, the major problem with this story is that it's not what happened. Sia wrote this film and this role specifically for Maddie Ziegler. Okay, so I was wrong. The precocious dance mom's breakout star whom Sia originally contacted to star in her music videos and has been weirdly obsessed with ever since. And the internet, let me switch scenes for a second, is littered with receipts. Here we get into the creepy shit. My friends, Sia getting cancelled. Let's get it. Sink your teeth in like rabid dogs. Let's get angry. I'm telling you right now, folks, get angry. Sharpen those fangs. We're gonna fucking rip into Sia piece by piece. Sia? More like see ya. I swear that's what people... Bye, 5-4. Thank you so kindly for joining us and having some fun chats. Have a lovely time. I went to say evening and then I was just like, have a lovely time. So I don't know what time it is where you are. Have a good one. That was intense. Try to go as intense as I possibly can. Let's continue. I get really intense when I'm talking about autism. Get really intense when I'm talking about ableism. That's it, ableism. Happy time zone. Still sad you can't really listen to her shit anymore. That's the sad thing. I mean, this is where I sort of stand on the Harry Potter thing with J.K. Rowling. It's like, if you still have the books and the movies, I won't begrudge you if you're still a fan of going back and revisiting those. If you already own the material... as someone who's autistic, I don't begrudge you listening to that music sort of thing. But at the same time, it also, if you're an ally, if you consider yourself an ally of the trans community regarding Harry Potter or the autistic community regarding this sort of thing, it may have some guilt that weighs on your conscience that I can't control that, of course. So if that's how you feel about it, then, oh yeah, and the music thing is more of a streaming thing as well, true. Like every time you listen to that person's songs, you are intrinsically supporting them, even though, song plays on Spotify and stuff like that are not really a lot of money, and most of it's probably going to the label, but it's still something. It's still direct support in its own way. Or maybe more indirect support? Hard to clarify. What the fuck is going on here? We're reading about autism. We're reading about Sia's movie Music, which is specifically ableist, Brett. Because she cast someone who is not autistic to play a non-speaking autistic role. Thank you for clipping some stuff for us tonight, Kez. I love it. Folks, I'm telling you, I got some very clippable moments on my stream. You see them happening, hit that clip button. And then when you hit that clip button, you should also subscribe if you're not already subbed. Anyway, subscribe for this banging content. Here we go. Here she is telling Dan and Maz about... Oh, hang on. The internet is littered with receipts. Here she is telling Dan and Maz about it in 2015. Oh, not found? You can't do that to me. You can't do that. What? Hang on a second. Let me try something really quickly. Is this gonna work? I don't know how to use the Wayback Machine. You can't link to an article that's not there anymore. Um, 2015. Yeah, December 23rd, 2015. Yeah, that'll do. Take us to that one. Scrubbing clean the deets. We've found them. No more film clips. Sia has written a movie script for Maddie Ziegler. There they are together. Always been a weird sort. Not content with being two of the biggest music and dance stars in the world, Australian singer Sia Furler and young American dancer Maddie Ziegler have their sights set on film. Big news which Sia herself revealed in an interview on 104.1 Today FM's Dan and Maz on Tuesday. Sia and Maddie have so far joined forces with 3 smash hit songs, Chandelier, Elastic Heart, and Big Girls Cry, which firmly place them both on the celebrity map, but Sia says that it's the end of the road for their musical collaborations. I've actually written a movie for her, she told Jan and Maz, not Jan and Maz. So she's done with the music videos. It was a trilogy, she was part of a trilogy, so now we're moving on. Listen to Sia's exclusive chat, blah, 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 blah. So, you know, back as of 2015, she'd already planned to cast this girl in this movie. I mean, not even true. What do you mean? Deadlink City here. She is telling Variety in October. This one actually does lead to something. She was in other vids. I mean, that was from 2015, so it could have changed since then. Here we go again. Sia on a feature director. Sia's directing debut is a love letter to caregivers and people with disabilities. Bullshit. Sia first announced her plans for her directorial debut Music at the 2015 Venice Film Festival. But the story germinated over 15 years ago when she penned the short story Still the Chandelier Singer, tells Variety's executive editor of music Shirley Halperin that she never saw herself as a director. Speaking as part of Variety's Power of Women conversations presented by Lifetime, Sia talked about how fellow screenwriter Dallas Clayton helped her find the confidence to direct. Blah, blah, blah. Let's skip ahead a bit. Here we go. Music stars Oscar nominee and Golden Globe winner Kate Hudson, Tony Grammy Award winner Leslie Odom Jr., and breakout star Maddie Ziegler. Hudson plays the free-spirited Zoo, estranged from her family, who suddenly finds herself the sole guardian of her half-sister, played by Ziegler, a teenager on the autism spectrum who learns that life's obstacles can be made easier with a little help from their neighbor, Leslie Odom Jr. Sia says she used Twitter to cast the film, tweeting everyone to be a part of the film, and they said yes. Of Ziegler, who plays the title character Music, Sia calls her the most professional person I've ever worked with. In the film, Ziegler's character is non-verbal, and she has little echolalia She has a little echolalia who can repeat what you say to her, but she doesn't generate her own language. Sia admits she was scared to address the issue directly, because if I made it clear what her diagnosis was, then it might offend somebody. Flipped my Sia. Thank you. It's a love letter to the carers who think our condition is all about them. Absolutely, that's what it feels like.
Welcome to the Rogue
That's the
Room.
message I'm getting from this. Huncho1X, welcome to the Rogue Room. Sit down, grab a drink, and chill out with us, friend. Shout out to the families of trans people and families of autistic people support groups being more common than support groups for us. Yeah, exactly, Finn. So many autistic folks have a special interest in Harry Potter. I've noticed this too, and that's valid just because everyone is trans. Just headcanon everyone is trans. Roses are red, Tories are nonsense. I'm gonna sleep till Monday. I'm out of coffee, I'm out of food, all I got left at my desk is water. I've eaten entirely too much. I'm actually way over today's calories, so I know I'm not going to be going down on the scale tomorrow. Anyway. The film, Sia gathered the cast and crew. I want you to work every day knowing we're trying to show love for all the caregivers. This is the thing, the priority here. I want you to work every day knowing that we're trying to show love for all of the caregivers. Why would you say that first? Why would you prioritize the caregivers and for all the people on the autism spectrum that this movie is for them? You mean the caregivers? The caregivers who wish they didn't have the inconvenience of having to deal with this. Anyway, you're going to go to bed because you're being forced into the capitalistic monster again tomorrow. Fuck capitalism. Kez, I wish you the absolute best. Thank you so kindly for being such an excellent mod, and I will see ya when I'm looking at you. This movie is, if we can keep our egos out of it, that would be great. She adds, she only had to fire 2 people. We ended up with the best film because we came to work every day with the best intentions. The best intentions, of course, being the caregivers. Sorry, the caregivers. I'll stop yelling into my microphone. Look, listen. The Wave 3, the Elgato Wave 3 looks like a really good, really affordable microphone that I could very much find it difficult to peak that thing.
Welcome to the Rogue Room.
So I'm looking at it. Gossy 1999, welcome to the Rogue Room. Sit down, grab a drink, and chill out with it. Better head back to work. Night. Have a good night, Vanafina. Good intentions historically lead to great places, right? Yeah, exactly. Remember the good intentions that the Nazis had towards those transgender clinics, where they took all the books and burned them. Good intentions, folks. Good intentions. There's like a bit of a hangnail there. I'm of course being facetious, referencing back to fucking Gina Carano bringing up the Holocaust. You know, talking about something or other. I don't know what the hell she was going on about. You liked the movie. It's not so... I mean, even if the movie is good... even if the movie is good, the fact that there is so much wrong with it on a subtext level? Is it subtext level? Like, the production is the problem, by and large. The fact that she's blatantly dismissed tons and tons of trans voices in the production of this film, the fact that she has collaborated with Autism Speaks in the production of this film, it's like, even if the film turns out good, it is poisoned by those things. Contextual, that might be it. Yeah, subtext is more like when you can read between the lines of Gina Carano posting about the Jews on her Instagram story. Read between the fucking lines, you dickheads. As far as I've been able to glean, yes, Autism Speaks was involved, which is not a good thing. The Cossack, you may be right, I think it's contextual. Autistic voices. What did I say? Sia starring Sia in pitying autistic people enough so that they magically disappear. Again, she prioritized the caregivers. Anyway, the character of music, what was that? That was Variety. Here she is talking with Zach Sang back in July of this very year about how the character of music is very low functioning. Click here for an explanation of the problems with functioning labels and why the autistic community rejects them. I was just talking about this last night. Oh, trans voices. Fuck, I'm so caught up in the fucking trans discourse. Thank you, Sammy. Oh my god. There's so many different things running through my autistic brain that they all cross over. There's tons of wires. Tons of fucking wires, dude. Maybe I shouldn't get my wine yet. Apologies. Chaotic functioning. If family members refer to autistic children as low functioning, expectations for those... Fuck off, I was reading that. Will always be low. Expectations for those children will always be low. Wouldn't you prefer that your children be treated with respect and have equal opportunities in life because you set the tone for how your children will be treated? Well, high functioning is generally what I'm considered to be. High functioning is... And again, we, the autistic community, reject the functioning labels, generally speaking. I'm just autistic. But what I've been diagnosed as qualifies as high functioning. Let me turn my aircon on. Oh, actually, no, before I do that, I'm going to take my slippers and socks off. Well, it's not... The thing is, we were talking about, we're going to keep bringing this up, Asperger's is no longer used as a terminology within the autistic community because Hans Asperger was a Nazi. Which is not a good thing. Generally speaking, technically speaking, in a broad, overall, overarching, in every single conceivable way, Nazis are not good. We do not stan the Nazis. Anyway, every now and then my autistic friends and I have to explain why functioning labels are not helpful, why it works against acceptance, why it is something created by non-disabled people who knew very little about how autistic brains work, who saw autistics as lesser people, and who saw the need to grade us in order to apply their wrong assumptions in an attempt to fix us. To them, high-functioning autistics were better, easy to deal with. The low-functioning autistics required a lot more work because their lives was misery. That's bad English. Anyway, it should say because their lives were misery. That's the first problem, lack of understanding of autism, leading to rush judgments based largely on appearances. Even though those labels were created a while ago, even though there are many examples that debunk this silly approach, many still insist on its use. That's why we keep coming back to the subject. I'll leave this link open. We'll come back to it. I want to finish this particular story and then get onto the Rolling Stone article that we've got, because there's even more. There's even more. I mean, this may rehash everything that we're reading now, but this is a more recent article. Something else may have come up, so we'll skim through it. Their reference point on the appropriateness and accuracy of their autism portrayal was sent to and highly regarded by the Child Mind Institute, which, to be fair, isn't the worst autism-focused organization in the world, but they still kind of suck. And at any rate, she never thought to send it to any of the autism self-advocacy groups run by, actual autistics. This is one of the major problems when we talk about autistic organizations in general, is they aren't run by autistic people. They aren't operated by autistic people. They aren't giving autistic people the opportunity to self-advocate and actually help with the problems that are going on in the world. She was acquainted with an autistic boy who served as the inspiration for music, and she just basically taught Maddie all of his tics and movements and the way he... Oh my god, that makes me feel like I'm gonna vomit. She basically taught Maddie all of his tics and movements and the way he walked and his vocalizations. Noticeably absent from the conversation is any indication whether or not this boy consented to being mimicked, and finally, Ziegler at the age of 15 was upset and uncomfortable playing the role and cried on her first day on set, confessing, "I just don't want people to feel like I'm making fun of them." This is an abuse story. Holy fuck, this is straight up abuse. This is what the problem is when it comes to the way that autistic people are treated in a broad sense. I mean, yeah, technically speaking, you're right, every movie is about mimicking real people, but you have to consider what your representation is doing. If your representation is taking stereotypes of a group of people, like autistic people, like black people, if you make a movie focused on the black community, and you take a whole bunch of stereotypes and you cram that in there, that's fucking racist, bro. You know, even if you get a whole black cast, and you're a white guy casting a bunch of black people and writing a story that's intrinsically based on black stereotypes, you're a fucking racist. And in the same vein, if you make a story, if you write a story, if you make a movie about autistic people, and you treat them as a stereotype. God, I can't speak. If you make this movie, and which she has, and she's put it out there into the world, and you have someone who is neurotypical playing the role of an autistic person, and you have taught them to mimic behaviors that you've gleaned from another autistic person, and never considered or consented to their experience being used as the basis for your character. That is explicitly ableist. And the way she has, like, everything that we've seen out of this movie, the production in general, has been explicitly ableist. The way she has responded to her critics from the autistic community. Yeah, it's nominated for 2 Golden Globes. That's another thing that really pisses me off. Like, this movie abuses autistic people, abuses Maddie Ziegler, and it's going to win some awards, or it's at least nominated for them. And honestly, if it wins some, I'll be fucking furious. Your anger at Sia is not simply because she called Maddie Ziegler. Hang on, let me go back. So my anger at Sia is not simply because she called Maddie Ziegler, not me. My anger stems from the fact that Sia knowingly and deliberately packaged an offensive, reductive, and infantilizing appropriation of our neurology as self-aggrandizing inspiration porn for consumption by non-autistics. She did this without the consent of her autistic acquaintance. She did it without consulting autistic advocacy groups for assistance, and she tied it up with a bow as the star vehicle gift to Maddie Ziegler, who did not want it and knew it was wrong, but was too young to negotiate her own contract or question the authority of her doting fairy-type godmother. Is Sia actually her godmother? Or is that... I feel like that was brought up recently. Are they actually, like, is that actually a godmother? Happy Valentine's Day to everyone except terfs, because fuck them and punch all the farts. Badger, hello, how you doing? Let's go down a little bit. Is there any mention of Autism Speaks? Yes, here we go. Among the dumpster fire of her feeder claims to have spent 3 fucking years researching for a film centered on the autistic experience, yet she claims that until yesterday, she had no idea Autism Speaks, which she retweets from regularly, was such a polarizing group. The reason they are a polarizing group, for anybody who missed the memo on this, is that Autism Speaks treats autism as a thing that is to be cured. You know, KF Logan 1875, welcome to the Rogue Room. Sit down, grab a drink, and chill out with us. I know I'm speaking way too fast. It's like I railed 2 lines of cocaine, 1 in each nostril. I don't know why I'm so wired tonight. Had your sister's wedding today. That's lovely. That's awesome. Wedding on Valentine's Day. Goodness me. How did they manage to get a booking? If you're not a part of that group, aka neurotypical, then showcasing nothing but stereotypes is punching down. Punching level is fine, aka if the director is autistic, but this is straight punching down. Exactly. Exactly, Domacia. 1 year planning. Oh, that would do it. Thanks for the hydration, Fox. I say this as someone who has spent the majority of her life, honestly... I just touched the microphone. I say this as someone who has spent the majority of her life honestly mimicking the actions and words and behaviors of other people around her because I'm terrified of people knowing just how autistic I am. You know, we're scared. And if you are heavily autistic, is probably the way I would phrase it. If you're someone who suffers from very visible symptoms that are oftentimes out of your control, like I get tics, I get weird behaviors that relate to my autism, but I'm generally speaking pretty good at pushing those down and being as normal as I possibly can. And that's honestly a bad thing. It's like it treats us as though we have to be like everyone else. And that's what Autism Speaks advocates. Is mimicking other people's actions, behaviors, emotions, and autistic trait. I think it is, honestly. I think it is. I'd have to double check, but as far as I know, it is one of my symptoms. Or at the very least, it's just something I've picked up. You know. People still compliment your masking whenever you mention that you're autistic. Dude, yeah, I'm the same. Odeka, there you go. Get flipped off, mate. Oh, I shouldn't use mate. Let's not... whatever. Anyway. Here I am policing my own language. As I was going to say, the whole thing, whenever you're an autistic person and someone comes up to you and they say, oh, I didn't know you were autistic. It's a fucking insult. Honestly. If you are a neurotypical person, wipe that phrase from your memory. It's a fucking insult. You know? You're telling me that I am passing as normal and effectively erasing my autistic experience. Erasing all the shit that I've gone through because of being autistic. Sia said they're removing the restraint scene. Will that even happen, is the thing. Now, unapologetic for your autism. Fuck yeah. Unapologetically autistic, that's where we should be. Abso-fucking-lutely, dude. Abso-fucking-lutely. Don't let anyone control our identity. Don't let them make you neurotypical. That's why we talked about ABA last night. Applied Behavioral Analysis, which is yet another way to take away, another way to make people feel ashamed of them being autistic. Because it focuses on them behaving like everyone else. Does that make sense? Greetings to Down Under from Germany. How you doing, Peter Parker? I have weird feelings about autism. Oh my god, I can't read tonight. Is that an autistic thing? Is that a trait? Am I developing dyslexia? Ask if you have ADHD, but constantly told by medical professionals and mental health professionals have it reassessed for autism. Might be worth doing, honestly. If that's a trait that they're saying, if the mimicry is a thing that they're saying, maybe an autistic thing. Yeah, it'd be worth getting reassessed if you can actually manage it. But yeah, Peter Parker, how you doing, dude? How's it going? Probably not a bad idea. Autism and ADHD are very comorbid with one another, so much so that they are easily misdiagnosed as one another. That's the thing, is like I've talked to a bunch of people who've got ADHD, and they tell me about different things they do, and I'm like, but I do those things. I feel the same. But there are varying other symptoms of ADHD that I don't have that are pretty common as far as I'm aware. Being autistic and being ADHD are largely the same thing, and their distinction is mostly accurately predicted by personality and gender. Would suggest not taking their medical distinction as seriously as doctors do. There you go. You're new here. I wanted to ask when I knew I was trans and how I knew. I knew when I was about 15 or 16. Was when I started having a serious gender identity crisis. And I started looking into it back then. But because of social pressure, I repressed it, and it wasn't until I was just turned 31 that I decided to transition. It was honestly the presence of notable high-profile trans identities, mostly content creators on the internet. I just saw trans people just existing and just being themselves and just being out and proud and all that. That really helped spur me back into realizing, you know, I didn't feel right the way I was before. A friend of mine mentioned he had been diagnosed with autism, and he said, hell yeah, and gave him a high five. If he thought it was cool, then yeah, it's fucking cool. I'd appreciate it, honestly. Try and meet your current doctor's surgery is reluctant to let you because you're 25, and in the UK they only reassess up to 27. Why do they do that? That's weird. That's unusual. Why do I think I didn't accept my gender when I was assigned at birth on both the physiological and physical? What do you mean by that? That's a weird question. I'm not quite sure what you mean. Well, because, I mean, first and foremost, let's break down that question, because gender is not physiological or physical at all. Gender is an identity thing. Gender is a personal thing. It's nothing to do with physiology. Where were we? We already skimmed past the autism speak stuff. That alone, irrespective of other evidence, such a polarizing group, obviously. That alone, irrespective of other evidence, tells me everything I need to know about how Sia views the autistic community. Ms. Jace did not want to comment on this, but I have no problem saying it. Autism Speaks is a hate group, full stop. To be fair, it's understandable people outside the autistic community aren't aware of this. This is why I want to keep talking about autism, and why I want to keep talking about groups like Autism Speaks, is it seems like they either actively don't understand what autism is and how it affects so many people, or they actually are very aware of how autism functions and are explicitly doing the things that they do. They spend and mismanage a lot of money and employ many cunning manipulation tactics in order to maintain their position as the dominant voice in the autism conversation, despite almost never employing autistics within their ranks and ignoring the few that do. This is a huge thing, right? It's like the appeal of Autism Speaks is not towards autistic people. It's not towards helping autistic people live their lives comfortably. It's helping. It's geared towards carers and parents who are dealing with having an autistic person in their care, either their own children or someone that they've been assigned, if they are a caregiver. And Autism Speaks is appealing to those people, saying, look, there are ways that we can cure them of the autism. And they treat autism as though it is some awful illness that's causing autistic people to suffer so badly. They don't understand social concepts, and we can help them we're going to work on a cure. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if Autism Speaks was one of the people who propagates the bullshit idea that vaccines can lead to autism, which is absolutely false. Flagrantly false. Anyways. Just checking something over here. Okay. Should you create this tax evasion tutorial? Go ahead, see what it does for you. 2 minutes on Google, or a brief conversation with basically any autistic person alive could have told Sia everything wrong with Autism Speaks, and she expects us to believe that in the 7 years between research and trailer release, she never once noticed that the autistic community overwhelmingly condemns AS as a hate group. Bullshit. I'm angry on Ziegler's behalf too, now that her bad gut feelings have been substantiated tenfold. This young lady who just turned 18 2 months ago will be expected to take Sia's side. What has she said? Has Ziegler actually said anything recently? We've got this Rolling Stone article, honestly, that we can go into. If she dares speak out and go through the personal and legal headache of saying, I knew this was a bad idea, I regret my participation, I stand with the autistic community, and now that I am an adult, I'm washing my hands of this film and cutting ties with the toxic, manipulative adults who persuaded me to participate in it by pulling the classic narcissistic "but I did this for you" card. She'll be dogpiled upon for caving to pressure from the liberal mob. Oh, absolutely. I do not envy Maddie Ziegler. She's been put in a very, very compromising position, honestly. And that's just another bad stroke against Sia for this whole debacle. Really, honestly, like, can we get some fuck Sias in chat? Can we get some fuchsias in chat? If I was a partnered streamer, you know, I mean, I don't think the topic of Sia comes up that often. If I were a partnered streamer, I'd have an emote that just says Fuchsia. Is that how you spell fuchsia? Yeah, Fuchsia. And it would be like Fuchsia, and it would obviously be made to look like it says fuck Sia. I don't think she would come up enough. Honestly, she's not that big of an issue, but this in particular is a big issue, of course. And you know what? I haven't seen the movie, and I fully intend not to. Because her absolute blatant disrespect for the autistic community says to me that I don't want to participate in your art. Okay? If you're going to absolutely disrespect my thing, autism. If you're going to absolutely disrespect autism like this, and autistic people like this, I'm not going to watch your fucking movie, no. And I shouldn't have to for my opinion. This is what really fucking annoys me whenever I criticize. Hello, Catalina, how you doing? Whenever I criticize someone for being a toxic piece of shit who doesn't pay attention to the reality of the situation, people are going to be like, oh, have you consumed this that they've made? Have you done it? Have you watched this that they... No! Don't try to redirect the conversation. Don't try to persuade me. Don't do that. Don't do that shit. I am criticizing Sia. That is where the main criticism lies with this. Can you show your DIY? Oh, DIY nano leaf lights. Go ahead. But don't give me that bullshit. The film itself intrinsically has ties to her and her obvious lack of respect for the autistic community. So thereby, it has that negative attachment. That is a criticism that should be labeled against, that should be laid against Sia and her movie. What are these made out of? How'd you make these? DIY. Hang on, I'll show this. As long as you're like not trolling me or something. DIY nano leaf lights. What are they made of? A bit choppy video, so I can't really... Oh, of course, hashtag Trump 2024 is trending. Good lord. That looks good. That looks good. I like it. Have you got a tutorial for that? That's pretty fucking cool. Let's have a look here. Gender isn't physiological, it's a social construct and tied intrinsically to identity. Yes, exactly. Mum is watching, so it will get super mad if she heard a swear word from the computer. I'll try my best. It is an 18+ stream, but I'll try my best. For your sake. Okay, so. Tongue depressors plastic cardboard and RGB lighting strips. Neat. I like it. What made me angriest of all is the silence from the performing arts community. Let me say, well, let's go back a second. Oh yeah, even from people who usually seem to care about representation of human rights. I'm a member of 2 autism-focused Facebook groups who are both discussing this passionately, but none of the 800 and... Hang on, wait, how many is this? 8,278,942 theatre, film, and actor groups. Bit of hyperbole there. And actor union groups I'm in have mentioned it in passing, even though it's been trending on Twitter for 24 hours. That's the thing that annoys me too. Is like I'm a member of certain groups on Facebook and things like that, and it always baffles me when there's a discussion that they should be having, but they never post about it, and I'm like, what the fuck's going on here? Oh, there we go. I swore. Sorry. Have a friend that retweets you all the time. Well, Mr. Dude Guy, sir, welcome to the Rogue Room. How you doing? My own posts about it on Facebook have garnered little engagement from my non-autistic friends. I get that as well. Like if I post about trans stuff or autistic stuff, if you're not trans or autistic or anything like that, those particular posts don't tend to get a lot of likes. It's usually if I post generic, funny nonsense, Facebook starts to give me interaction. But honestly, I just think most people on my Facebook friends list don't use Facebook that much anymore. I need to get new friends, obviously. Posts on Twitter have garnered thousands of likes and retweets from mostly autistic strangers, but also a barrage of incredible cruelty. That's another thing, is like when you have someone like Sia going out of her way to make a movie that doesn't consider the feelings of the autistic community, it's going to inform a number of people who do not have the best interests of the autistic community at heart, and they're going to lash out at anyone who defends the autistic community. Doing well. It's a bit cold and icy here. Is it now? Well, yeah, you're all nice and rugged up. I hope you're all nice and rugged up. Thinking, yeah, that's biological sex. Gender is an identity. It's not a physiological thing. We're watching clips of the evil queen from Disneyland, the only Disney character that can throw shade. Suggest not arguing how being trans works with trans people. Agreed. It's a redundant discussion to have. Hormones are controlled by the chemical balances within the hypothalamus gland in the frontal lobe of the brain, so there's your answer if you did a minuscule research. And look, I get it. I've been hanging out on the internet since Al Gore invented it. So I know how trolling works. Not personal. These people don't know me. That's how I look at it. You know, if someone leaves me negative comments on a YouTube video or anything, just like I dismiss it most of the time. But as an autistic actress who wasn't diagnosed until adulthood, as an autistic child who learned how to interact with the world because my parents enrolled me in a theatre class, as an autistic middle schooler who started singing in public because it was the only thing I got consistently positive attention for, as an autistic high school freshman who was highly regarded as the singer but had recurring nightmares about losing my voice and everyone turning on me, as an autistic high school senior who wanted to major in musical theatre because I loved it but was also terrified I wouldn't be good at anything else. I know that feeling, not specifically with regards to singing, not regarding with musical theatre, but just in general, you know, terrified of being good at one thing and not good at anything else. Sarah Love, how you doing? Welcome in. How's it going? As an autistic musical theatre major, criticised daily for my eye movement while singing and was rejected from a student-run a cappella group because you were the best singer who came out, but you move weird. As a newly diagnosed autistic 20-year-old who was told by my college's disability department that I was too advanced to obtain services, and told by every adult in my life that I shouldn't disclose my diagnosis lest it hurt my professional prospects. Huge thing. As an autistic adult who only gets called back from dance auditions if they're not too crowded. As an autistic adult who has performed through debilitating fibromyalgia flares. As an I think you get the point. Can't help but notice the silence of non-autistic artists without taking it a little personally. There's that. There's Ashley Wall's article deconstructing Sia's music mess. That was a discussion and a half. That was like a solid hour and a half of just talking about autism. Talking about Sia, talking about music. And we've still got another article by Rolling Stone if you want to get into it. Good lord, this one... Oh, hang on. This one's not too long. Do we want to do this one? Read an article from someone who's... I mean, obviously... I've forgotten what her name is now. That article was written by someone who does have a specific bias, being an... And I mean, I have a specific bias against this too. Being an autistic person who feels disrespected by this movie. Whenever people ask you about being trans, you tell them Google exists for a reason. I mean, it literally does. Google's, you know, pretty good for this shit. How many genders are there? Ask Google. You know? Like, here's the question I ask you. Why would I know how many genders there are? Like, what's the deal with chromosomes? Do you regularly check your chromosomes? What are these dumb fuck questions, mate? Genuinely. How do you, like, before you go into a public restroom, do you have a device that checks your chromosomes to make sure you're going in the right one? I have got anti-turf rhetoric in the stream title. It says, Happy Valentine's Day, except terfs. Has anyone seen the Autism Speaks commercial? Please send it to us. There are as many genders as there are people on the planet. Arguably, yes. You know, your gender is your identity, and gender is a stupid social construct designed to put us into boxes and refuse us our independence and our individuality. We live in a quite distinctly individualist society right now. So, why do we have such rigid structures for gender identity in a society where everyone wants to be as much themselves as they possibly can? Those fairy lights are fucking dying again, mate. Good lord. I need to get better fairy lights. Those do not last. I've got to stop wasting money on batteries on those. Alright, I'm going to take a quick break and we'll come back. We'll talk about some more stuff if you would like to. So, don't go away, folks. I'm going to grab some wine and we'll come back and we'll do the whole discussion. Maybe we'll do some gender stuff. Let's have a think. Let me have a think. Let me get some wine. And we'll watch that video when we come back. Gentle folks. How the fuck are you folkin'? What's going on? Ladies, gentlemen, and all points in between and beyond. How the fuck are you? I'm just trying to turn the volume up very slightly in Spotify. That's how I control my my bullshit. Let's put a stream marker here because I want to have a bit of a discussion around this bullshit. First and foremost, In what way does someone's gender or their genitalia or their hormones or their chromosomes or any of those things, in what way do any of those things affect you? Here's that video. I'll click that and I'll bring that up and I'll wait. No, I don't want to watch it. Just hold on. Stop. Okay. In what way does any of that stuff, in what way does someone's gender identity, their genitalia, their chromosomes, their biology, in what way do any of those things affect you, generally speaking? Here's the question that I want to put out there into the world. To anyone, this is just an open letter to anyone who is deeply worried for some reason about things about another person. Another person, not you. Right? If my gender, again, I'm a woman. Why am I a woman? Because I fucking say so. There's no deeper meaning to that. There's no... It doesn't go beyond that. That's where it stops. You know, I say to you, my name's Abby, and my pronouns are she and her. And I'm a chick. That's the end of the discussion, right? And if you are going out of your way to constantly prod people who happen to be transgender, harassing them about what their gender identity is, you know, harassing them about how many genders there are, harassing them about how the biological markers, the chromosomes, the genitalia, the hormones, all these kind of things, which, by the way, I am specifically taking drugs to suppress the testosterone my body naturally produces. And I've got estrogen over there. I've got to crack open a new packet. Crack open some pills with the boys. Turn them into femboys. Let's force feminize people. Listen. My gender identity is my own. And everyone else's gender identity is their own. It's a personal, intrinsic experience that is not the business of anyone aside from that person. And if we're talking about genitalia, if we're talking about sex reproduction organs, that's not the business of anybody except the person themselves and the person they're seeing. The person that they may want to reproduce with at some point. This is a really unusual discussion to have. It's a really unusual question to ask a person. You know, how many genders are there? You know, this is the thing that always happens. There are so many questions that I routinely get asked. People will come in here, how many genders are there? You'll never be a woman. You're not a real woman. What about the trans women in sports? Like, they keep asking me all the same bullshit over and over and over again. And it's like, you could just as easily, and you're sticking around. Honestly, you're sticking around. You're saying that trans is a mental disorder. You're saying that your psych professor told you these things. You're saying that your genitals and your hormones and your chromosomes. Again, how often are you going to be in a conversation where you need to be determining the chromosomes or the hormones of another person? How often is that going to come up? How routinely is that a part of your day-to-day conversations with other people in your life? If you go to the reception of the optometrist, do they ask you about your chromosomal makeup? Do they ask you about what kind of hormones your body produces? Do they ask you what kind of genitalia you have? No, the fuck they don't, because you're there to get an eye test. Which I am doing on Friday, for the record. Newly created gut troll account. I know, but this is just a broad subject that I'm going to turn into a video, honestly. Because I'm sick of having this discussion. And that's another very valid point, Vampire. They think that because I'm trans that I know every single thing about every single trans-related situation. People come to me and they ask me about the trans sports debate all the time. I have literally never had less of an interest in sports than I do now. And I have had significantly no interest in sports for my entire life. I don't give a single solitary fuck about it. So when they come to me with that kind of shit, I'm just like, why are you here? Aside from obviously just trolling, honestly. But the reality of the situation is I don't give a fuck about those situations. You know, that's not at all my interest. I'm a trans girl who is a trans girl. That's the end of the discussion. Yes, I'm transgender, and yes, I'm a girl. You can end it there. I wear bow ties in my hair, I wear pretty makeup, I get laser facial hair removal on areas that make me dysphoric. Who fucking cares? I take hormones because those hormones make me feel more in tune with myself. With the way I feel up here, trying to make my body sort of match That's it. Honestly, there's no problem with trans people being trans. It's really bizarre that people will constantly, and like this is the weird thing, is that person stuck around for a while. Usually, you'll get a troll come in here, and they'll drop their usual transphobic slurs or their transphobic questions or all of this kind of prodding and poking and all of that nonsense. They'll come into my streams and they'll be in my YouTube comments if I make this into a video, which I genuinely thinking I want to do that. They'll do that. They'll go out of their way to do that. But, you know, when someone sticks around, it's because they think they have some kind of valid argument against people like me, and they don't. You know, we exist. Do I experience this stuff in real life too? I have not yet, Sunbat. Which is a good thing. A good thing. What's up, fish? How's it going? Whoops, caps. That's all good. But yeah, I feel for trans folks who do experience this in real life. I know Kez has had some misgendering. But yeah, just generally speaking, you don't have a reason to ask me these questions. You don't have a valid excuse to ask trans people intensely personal questions and the expectation that you're going to get a good answer. It's ridiculous. My pronouns are she, her. And yeah, so... Oh my god. Did you just make another account to come back? Did you just make another account to come back? You did! Go away. Thank you, Gurman. Loser. People ask me things like, when did you decide to be weird? I mean, I didn't decide on that either. What do you think of this gaslighty issue? Again, anytime someone comes in and asks, what's your opinion on Fallon Fox? My opinion on Fallon Fox is I don't give a fuck. I don't give a shit. Fallon Fox can live their own life and make their own decisions. I don't fucking care about them. I totally missed the attack helicopter thing. I totally missed that. But yeah. And I'm allowed to talk trans all I want. I'm allowed to sit here in my stream and on my YouTube channel. And I'm allowed to talk about trans-related topics all I like. Hydra, thank you, Fox. And yeah, I did mention my pronouns are she, her. And yeah, like, I'm allowed. Are you seriously gonna follow me now after you got banned? Loser. Is it the camera angle or is the bed extremely small? It's a reasonable size. It could be a bit longer. Not too, it's not, I don't think it's too small. I think it's just because it's like all the way up the other side of my room. My room's not huge. It's only like 3 steps away at most. And that's not very, thingo. Not very big steps, is what I was going to say. But yeah. That basically sums it up. You know, we're allowed to be trans. We're allowed to exist. We're allowed to be non-binary if we want. If you're non-binary, you're non-binary. If you're trans, you're trans. If you're cis, you're cis. And that's our business, right? I'm gonna start going up to cis people and asking them, when did you decide to be cis? I'm gonna go up to cis people. I'm gonna ask them, you know, what do you think about cisgender people in sports? I'm gonna ask them stupid questions like, so how do you feel knowing that your genitals decided that you were male or female? I'm gonna ask them stupid, dumb questions like that and see what they have to answer me with. Honestly, Gurman, if we see another troll come in and they nice name, did your mum give it to you? Honestly, that does upset my mother a little bit. Unfortunately, when I mention, you know, the old name, if she mentions the old name by accident, usually, you know, typically, I'll put my chocolate down for a minute because that's just going to sit in my fingers and melt. If another troll comes in, if they start without the aggressive bullshit, if they just ask me the questions like, why are you trans or whatever, let's just prod them a little bit. Like, why are you cis? That sort of thing. Like me, not you folks, me. I want to prod them a little bit. I want to ask them these questions and see if they have answers for them. I would like to know if these people genuinely have answers to those questions.
Welcome to the Rogue Room.
Welcome to the Rogue Room. Blackout Bandito. Sit down, grab a drink, and chill out with us. As long as you're not a turf, please. Here in NB and sometimes use its pronouns as a part of being autistic. It's so fascinating how much people squirm about it. Isn't that dehumanizing? I'm a fucking furry, Karen. TERF, T-E-R-F. I actually did do a little bit of a graphic for this. It stands for Trans Exclusionary Radical Feminist. I was going to have an animation come up where it's like Trans Exclusionary Radical Feminist. But I couldn't get it to look good. Turf on the ground, you know, when you put new grass down to grow a new lawn, that's A-okay.
Thank you for your membership.
Domacia, thank you so kindly for the sub. Please enjoy all the delights of the subscriber lounge. I'm just talking over my alert. I mean, just a white guy that likes white women. I mean, it's fine to like white women if you like. I just feel it's a bit weird to mention that. I think people use the term TERF too lightly. I generally use transphobe. You know, TERF specifically tends to refer to, and don't get me wrong, I think Graham Linehan, for example, is absolutely a TERF in the sense that he sees himself as a feminist fighting against transgender people because he's protecting the women and girls sort of thing. Why are you cis? Why do boobs turn you on? Why do you wear pants while having a Y chromosome? Yeah, I love the bit that, again, I don't know what to do with that fucking subscriber lounge scene. I'm sorry. I just, like, that's all I got for subs at the moment. Until I figure something else out. Let me... if you're in my Discord server, type ! Discord in chat if you're not already in the server. If you have suggestions, I have a suggestions box in my server. If you have any idea for something that's fun, that doesn't cost me money if you subscribe, something neat and cool and chill that I can do with my subscribers, whenever you folks subscribe, something that I can, you know, respond with. Have I hugged my Valentine today? A little bit. A little bit. He's going and he's having a nap out on the lounge right now. What was I saying? I think we're kind of done on the trans thing, like just generally speaking, you know, if you are someone who is coming in questioning trans people, it may be worth taking a moment to look inside yourself a bit. You know, why are you so worked? This is the thing, it's like these people are so worked up about the existence of trans people. They're so innately confused by it and refuse, sub perk ideas kind of thing, is what I want to try to figure out. But if you are finding yourself in a situation where you're going out of your way to harass transgender people on the internet, or the sheer fact that they are transgender, dog training. Here for the headband. I'm glad you like it. Welcome to the Rogue Room. Sit down, grab a drink, and chill out with us. Where is Ket? He's away. He's having a nap. He's laying down. Why I'm cis? Because my family was cursed a long time ago and I'm the only one who can lift it after a lengthy journey. Sounds good, Blackout. Sounds good. I'm itchy. This is really weird. I used to have like a serious, like, this is not anywhere near as bad as it used to be. I used to be really itchy a few months ago. And it seems like it's largely disappeared for some reason. I had an itch problem all across the back of my shoulders and it's just gone now. Shoulders and chest area. And I was going to go see a doctor for it, but eventually just disappeared, so I don't fucking know. Sister. That is my actual bed. That's what I sleep. It is a day bed, but it's a day bed that is my bed. It's actually my sister's, but she gave it to me because she wanted to buy a double bed for her bedroom. So I've got the day bed as my single bed now because I only need a single bed. Because I'm single and I have no intention of changing that. It is pretty small. I fit in it. Okay, I fit in it. The chest tightness has come and gone a little bit. I experimented with something today. I had a bit of it this morning and I tried some Rennie, which is a indigestion thing. It's like over the counter. You don't need to have a prescription or whatever. Little like chewable tablets. And it seemed to stop it a little bit. More so than taking painkillers has done. So I don't know if that's an indication it might be some kind of indigestion scenario, but it doesn't really feel like indigestion. I am booking a doctor's appointment first thing in the morning to try and sort it out because it's honestly killing me. There are some days where I'm like, you know, doubled over in pain from this shit. And honestly, I wish it was a result of breast growth, but it feels way too painful. Exasperating, taking my breath away kind of stuff. And yeah, we have mentioned I need to go to the hospital, probably. So, it's been happening for about a week now. And it's been up and down in terms of its severity. Oh, the itchiness. True. True. Can we zoom in on the shelf? We could try. Let's try this. I do not want to go to hospital. Here's what we got on the shelves. Up the top there. Oh, I drink a ton of water. Don't worry about that. Got my Souls shelf. I will get it checked. You can see over here on this one. We've got my spider in the enclosure there. And we've got a little, what's he called? The little plush spider is, from a cartoon or something. Lucas the spider, that's it. And then we got my fake YouTube play button. My 1,000 subscriber YouTube play button. And yeah, my Souls shelf is honestly my favorite. We got Sekiro, we got Dark Souls 2 and 3 there, Bloodborne. Lots of cool shit on that shelf, like got a little Celerambio. We got the Celerambio. And if you can see Artorias just there, he's bending over so badly because he's very poorly made. That's the Totaku Artorias. Did I say Celer? Artorias. Then we got the other Totaku Bloodborne figure, which is really fucking cool. That is a tarantula in that enclosure. Yes, it is. And then down here, we do have a guitar. I got two guitars. I got an acoustic and an electric, but the acoustic is my mother's. But she never plays it. And over here we've got a whole bunch of my personal favorite collectibles I've gotten over the years. My ex has recently asked for my Doom. You can just see him faintly in the background there next to Reaper. My Doom, actually. Give me a sec. Let me sort this out. That doesn't help the situation, does it? Hold your horses for just a moment. Oh no, it's back on there. Can't lose this. The battery little thingo door, whatever it is. Try again. Small fluffy kitten with extra legs. Hold on. So we got my Doom.
Welcome to the Rogue Room.
This is the real egg. Welcome to the Rogue Room. Sit down, grab a drink, and chill out with us. We've got my Doom Revenant over there. That's what the red light is flashing on. And we've got a whole bunch of other stuff. I've got Ezio, I've got Predator, I've got Alex Mercer from Prototype, Joel and Ellie, Cole from Infamous, Scorpion, the Lich King, Skyrim person. There's a female Dragonborn statue out there from Skyrim. And I fucking want it so bad. I got Bayonetta's pistol, Geralt of Rivia, Farah, which was $110 fucking dollars, I think. I'll just throw that out. And then down the bottom, we just got all my collection of games, my skateboard, and my World of Warcraft collector's editions. I don't have all of them. I've also got Space Marine and The Witcher 3 at the end there. Who's having the coffee now? Well, I'm sipping on some wine. What are you sipping on, Tenty? Are you having coffee? Is that gonna work? There we go. Element deck, yes. I actually bought that one just as a display thing. I don't actually ride that one. My actual element is behind. I've got another element deck, which is behind the mirror over there. Give me a second. I'm a dipshit. Hold on a sec. One of the glaring flaws of buying this ring, which is one of my favorite things that I own, is the fact that I have to take it off to go to the bathroom because I'm not allowed to wash my hands while wearing it, or all the the epoxy resin that makes up the trans pride flag is going to get eventually worn down. And I don't want that to happen, so yeah. I've got that element deck down there, which I literally bought just because I love the look of it. As you can see, it's pretty fucking cool. But I don't want to ride it because I don't want to destroy it. So I just keep it. I haven't skated in a little while though. I need to fix that. I need to go back to the skate park. What trucks are mounted to it? Good question. I haven't even looked. I've got my other one. Hang on.
Welcome to the Rogue Room.
I'll show you my other one. This is the one that actually gets ridden whenever I do get to the skate park. So you can see it's been scuffed a little bit. Welcome to the Rogue Room, Lictar. 23. Sit down, grab a drink, and chill out with us, or do some shredding. You're the kind of person who shreds. I gotta go ride again. Used to do this physical activity, but then body stuff. For me, it was just like I just got too busy. And I'm gonna be studying soon, so like, that's gonna be fun. You had someone tell you that trucks make no difference. I mean, I know they do. I'm well aware of the fact that they do. But I am not enough versed in skateboarding to be able to make a judgment call on my trucks, honestly. I know how to loosen them and tighten them and all that. But that's it. My outfit's really cute. Thank you, Odeka. I appreciate that. I try my best with my outfits. I love these tie-dye shorts. These are so good. I got these at JJ's. There. Ah! Yeah. These are fucking cool. Like, they're just slightly tight. I'm hoping that may eventually change, but it might not because my fat ass keeps growing because of all the squats. It's either the squats or the estrogen, one of the two, but my ass looks amazing. So I'm going to freely admit that right now. I check myself out in the mirror. The only way to get off these days. I'm a reprehensible person. Need to know if memes are appropriate for your server. Is your Discord designed to be 18+? It is designed to be 18+, but no nudity, obviously. Prefer not to do that. We do have a kitty. Yes, there is. I have a kitty. You're gonna follow anyways. Have overwhelmingly earned the follow. I appreciate that, Mr. Dude Guy, sir. So yeah, I've got this spider floof. I've got this spider floof here. I've got an actual spider. We've got a cat head, which is a mask. Squatrogen. Yeah, I'm on Squatrogen. And there is a real kitty out there having a sleep. I'm doing squats tomorrow. I'm going to try to go heavier on them. We'll see how that goes. It is a mask. You can wear that one. I have really bad gluteal amnesia, so squats just burn your hams and quads. Yeah, I need to work on that myself. Honestly, I'm really bad for the fact that I tend to focus more on those areas instead of the glutes, so I'm going to try to focus on that specifically tomorrow. Maybe I shouldn't go heavy. Maybe I should focus on form. Am I a cat girl? Not yet. I'm working on it. One day soon, I'm going to buy myself some cat ears. I take Progenova. I'm not sure what form that is. I think it's just estradiol valerate. It's 2 milligram tablets. Will I be your Valentine? Yeah, I'll be your Valentine. How you doing, Lemon? It's just estradiol in tablet form at the moment. I don't know if that's going to go up when I go see my endocrinologist, because as far as I know, my my dosage is going to go up again. You're doing good? I'm glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. How have the hormones affected your mood and mental health? Hello, Ren. How you doing? Hard to say. You're so rich right now. You have $50 in your bank account. Get on my level of rich noobs. I'm drinking on some white Moscato. It's Whispers. It's like $5. I'm a cheap bitch. Happy Valentine's Day, everyone, by the way. Happy Valentine's Day, Ren. How have hormones affected my mood? Generally speaking, I feel better overall. I do feel a lot happier nowadays. I have a lot more of an emotional spectrum, a more emotional range nowadays. Whereas before, I very deeply suppressed a lot of my emotions. So I didn't express much at all, other than anger and joy at times. Your experiences that hormones made you produce less body heat, calmer, sleep easier. Honestly, I'm wondering about that, Fen. I get cold really easy nowadays, and I'm wondering if it's the hormones. You're listening to your gay playlist on Spotify. I heard a song that reminded you of me. What song was it? Your dosage is 8 milligrams a day already, Sarah. How many months have you been on HRT for? I am hoping soon they bump it up to at least 4 milligrams. Well, fingers crossed be the next dosage. I hope they have, larger tablet sizes or something. We've done the white chocolate, now we're on to the dark stuff. Yeah, I think generally people who have testosterone in their bodies run hotter. Heavy testosterone, they run hotter. Like I had the experience prior to transitioning, prior to HRT, where every woman that I slept with would call me a space heater. bit of a TMI there, but yeah, every woman that I shared a bed with would treat me like a space heater. They would come and they would steal my heat. Gay playlist, not gay enough unless it's all Gachi. And now, I do still sometimes have night sweats. I do sometimes have the, which I used to get more frequently pre-HRT, but nowadays, not so much. It happens every so often. Now that's not necessarily a body heat thing. You can sweat from like things that are not heat. By the way, Mr. Dude Guy Sir, it says you followed here in my activity feed. I don't recall if I responded to it, but thank you so kindly, because I swear
Welcome
I
to
did
the
mention
Rogue
it.
Room.
Demacia, welcome to the Rogue Room. And again, sit down, grab a drink, and chill out with us. Why is my bot being such a shit cunt tonight? Subbed but didn't follow. It wouldn't be the first time that's happened, honestly. That's happened a few times. People have... Honestly, there have been people who have subbed to my channel. Mr. Dude Guy Sir, welcome to the Rogue Room. Sit down, grab a drink, and chill out with us. Thank you so kindly for the follow earlier. 5 minutes ago that somehow I missed. Hang on. Queer as in fuck you by the Dog Park Dissidents. Sorry, I did see it. But chat's going. Every guy said you're a human radiator too. There you go. There you go. So I think, yeah, generally speaking, as I was saying, people who have heavy testosterone run hotter, and people who have heavy estrogen tend to run colder. And I'm definitely feeling it, especially, this is a really annoying thing, in my legs, because I shave my legs, because of course I do, because I love having smooth legs for like the 2 days that they stay smooth. And like, yeah, 2 or 3 days after I've shaved my legs, when they're growing back, when the hairs are growing back, I need to start waxing, honestly. My legs get really cold. I don't know why, but they get really cold and they go goosebumpy as all fuck. I don't understand what that's about, but it also causes my hairs to inflame. It's like really irritating. There's some truth to the old yin and yang, yeah. Honestly, no, like if they're particularly... Oh, hang on, it's the muscle tissue. The increased density makes it generate more heat. There you go. Botwick is slightly out of date. Yeah, true. That was a while ago. But I mean, you can still watch my 1,000 subscriber YouTube play button bullshit. I mean, I'm more happy that my Twitch stream has got 3,000 plus followers now. Yeah, there's two factors. Honestly, like, as someone who's spent a significant amount of time around the bodybuilding community or like online, there is a pretty common trend, and I get the suspicion this may be what's happening because I am a lot leaner now than I was 6 months ago. I've lost a ton of body fat, and thus I'm really lean, or reasonably lean. Like on good days, I have some abdominal definition sort of lean. You can't really see it on this, but you know, honestly, I don't know what it is about my lights, but they take away all of my vascularity. Maybe it's just now. Anyway, now that I'm a lot leaner, I get the suspicion maybe that could also contribute to how cold I am, because what I've heard from a lot of bodybuilders is that when they get really, really cut, low body fat, they get freezing cold, no matter what the weather is. Lots of dog training to do tomorrow. Lovely to meet you. Have a good one, dog training. Have a good one. Yin is feminine, cold, and yang is masculine, hot. True. And that I mean, I don't know a whole lot about the whole yin-yang situation. I haven't done a tremendous amount of research on what the yin and yang specifically refers to, but a lot of those philosophical concepts are really just based in the observation of the world around us. A lot of spiritual concepts as well are still based on the ideas of the world around us and just trying to assign some measure of comfort to them, I think. Spent a good chunk of last night. Hello, Story Girl. How you doing? Handling boxes that were 40 plus pounds. Don't know what that is in metric. 15 to 18 kilos, if I'm not mistaken. What is the equivalency? What's the measure? What's the pounds to kilogram conversion? There's a rule for it. 1 pound equals 0.45 kilograms. So 40 is 8. I was right. 18.14 kilos. Is this a science chat? I mean, we can get pretty sciencey sometimes. Science is fun. 2.205 equals 1 kilo. Thanks ED days. I honestly feel like some days I've got an eating disorder. 2.205, probably close to that, yeah. Man, dark chocolate is good. What was I gonna say? A lot of people see bodybuilders and assume that they're at the peak of their performance. Actually, not 100% true. Perfect level of fitness for your average person is a decent muscle density combined with a moderate body fat percentage. You're absolutely right. Yeah. A lot of people have this expectation around bodybuilding because the idea of bodybuilding is not about health and fitness, which is what a lot of bodybuilders try to push with their own little side projects. They have their supplement companies. They'll sell you pre-workouts and protein powders. Some of them will even get involved with selling SARMs, which are a sort of technically legal microsteroid almost. What SARM stands for is selective androgen receptor modulator, if I'm not mistaken. And it's a type of oral treatment you can take that is supposed to give you maybe 10% of steroid-like effects, right? But anyway, the point of the matter is, a lot of the bodybuilders that I've seen, they have a tendency to go very heavily in this, vein of, I'm a health expert, I'll teach you all about fitness and diet and all that. And these people are routinely staying at like sub 10% body fat to be as lean as humanly possible, to take, tons of photos for their Instagram stories and whatever. And they are at a dreadfully, unhealthily low body fat percentage that is incredibly harmful. And they'll sell the idea to people. It's like, oh, you want to look like me with my 8-pack and my defined obliques and veins bulging out of my arms? Here's the perfect diet plan for you. And they try to coerce people into that. And the fitness and health industry, the diet industry, or rather like diets, I mean, this sort of does tie in, but there are other parts of the diet industry as well. These particular people who are very, very cut, very, very lean, very, very big, muscular, like lots of big muscles, are often not very healthy in a broad sense. Do you folks know of Dallas McCarver? This is someone who died a couple of years ago. Reportedly dies after choking. I thought he died of a heart condition. Muscles. Reportedly from choking on food. Well, that's not a good example then if you died of choking. Hang on, what about another good example? What's his name? The really fucking huge muscly dude who died a couple of years ago. Rich Piana. Who got super obsessive about having the biggest body he possibly could. And he died of... Piana collapsed while receiving a haircut from Jansen, his girlfriend at the time, at his home. He was standing at the time and hit his head when he collapsed. For fuck's sake, dude. I mean, if he collapsed... this is the thing, is like bodybuilders and powerlifters tend to have deaths that are not necessarily related to their fitness exploits, but it's... At the same time, it's like if he passed out, collapsed, you look at a dude like Rich Piana, for example... try to tell me that's a healthy looking physique. And that's him in his prime, mind you. There are lots of pictures of him beyond that point. And this is a dude who publicly admitted to using tons and tons of steroids, and you got people like Phil Heath and like, look at this shit. Welcome back, Amanda Panda. Look at this shit. Tell me that's a healthy looking body. And the thing is, I used to follow a ton of these kinds of people on Instagram and such. It's pretty healthy. Ziz is another good example, actually, because Ziz was very, he had sometimes snorted a high caffeine pre-workout supplement and that he did not use recreational drugs. 20 bottles of testosterone were reportedly found in his home. Look at him nips, though. What about Ziz's death? I would argue what happened with Aziz Shavershian. Ziz. This guy was an internet bodybuilding meme. In July 2000... Hang on. Oh yeah, here we go. On the 5th of August 2011, while on holiday in Thailand, Aziz suffered a heart attack and died at the age of 22. Suffered a heart attack in a sauna, which would exacerbate the condition. If you're having heart problems and you're in a sauna, you're fucking dead, mate. He was taken to hospital where doctors were unable to revive him. If I'm not mistaken, one of the situations around the sauna was that he had the temperature set too high as well, which also, again, elevates your heart rate quite a bit. An autopsy revealed a previously undiagnosed congenital heart defect. And honestly, the fact that he had... this was a dude who was on a cocktail of steroids constantly and party drugs all the time. But these people who are in the aesthetics crowd, these people who are super into the really heavy bodybuilding, let's get an 8-pack, let's have pecs that are bigger than some women's breasts, you know, that kind of scene, these are not healthy people. These are not people you should be taking health and fitness advice from. But yeah, 10 to 12% is generally speaking a good healthy body fat percentage. I need to get my BF percentage checked soon. But yeah, don't trust like bodybuilder types for your fitness expertise, generally speaking. When you're that lean and you fall behind in your diet, your body starts consuming its own muscle tissue rather than the fat stores that are supposed to be there. True. You're absolutely correct, Amicia. True fitness experts will advocate for a balance between body fat percentage and muscle tissue, which is 10 to 12%. Don't give a fuck about being jacked. You want strength, not the muscular look. Well, I mean, inevitably, yeah, extreme heat stresses the human body. That is why we invented air conditioning. Crazy that. There have honestly been some days where it's been so hot in Australia that I'm like, I'm gonna pass out from the heat and potentially die. I'm genuinely worried being outside during hot Australian summers. This has been a really cool Australian summer. I'm happy about it. But yeah, I used to really want to be a jacked kind of big muscly person. Before I began to piece things together and realize, you know, I don't want to look like that. I don't want to be that big. Because there is this is the problem with the BMI scale, right? you know, there is some truth to the ideas behind the BMI scale, the ideas behind fitting within a certain weight range for your height, including your body fat percentage and your muscle mass. But
The Rogue Room appreciates your recommendation.
the Rogue Room, oh, Dirtbag, hello. Welcome in, raid. Well, it's a host, but I mean, it's also a raid. There's the raid alert.
Ah, I see you've brought
I don't know why that
guests.
triggers both of them, but welcome in, Dirtbag.
friends.
Welcome in, Raiders. How's it going? Doesn't consider the difference in muscle density. We are not talking politics at the moment. We're talking fitness. How's it hanging, folks?
Welcome
Let me
to
give
the
you
Rogue
some raid lights. Are you ready for strobe? It's not going to work. There we go. Orb est cheval. Welcome to the Rogue Room. Sit down, grab a drink, and chill out. Is it actually 69 viewers? That's fucking legendary, mate. How's it going?
Welcome to the Rogue Room.
Here's my absolutely fucking scuffed raid thing. How's it hanging, Dirtbag? How'd your stream go? Tell me all about it. What were you getting up to? Welcome to the Rogue Room. TKD link. Sit down, grab a drink, and chill out with us. Your mother's been a physio for 30 years. Nice, nice. God, highest bench was 160 kilos. The logs a lot. Welcome to the Rogue Room. Sit down and grab a drink and chill out with us. Dude, my highest bench is like 95. And that was pre-HRT. Oh my god, what is wrong with these people? And for the record, can I clarify? I'm a lesbian. Why do you people keep insinuating that I'm a homosexual man? I'm a lesbian. Fox is tired. Righty-go. Have a good one, dude. Have a good rest. Thanks so kindly, Dirtbag, for the raid. I don't know if you're there. If you are there, how was your stream?
Welcome to the Rogue Room.
Yeah, 160 kilos. Used to regularly leg press 1,440. My god! Pac-Man 8K, welcome to the Rogue Room. Sit down, grab a drink, and chill out with it. Want to be strong because you like being strong and you want to be stronger. That's understandable. I mostly just do fitness as a measure of keeping myself mentally and physically in check. It's not so much about going as hard as I can and getting the strongest weight that I can. It's more about, personally, I've developed a habit that is good, that is working out, that's doing cardio and doing weights, and I don't want to break that habit. Actually, I was supposed to do some yoga this afternoon, interestingly enough, because I want to use my rest day to do some stretchy sort of stuff. There we go. We'll turn off the raid thing for now. She's taught you so much. She's been incredibly pivotal in your rehabilitation since your accident. Well, that's good. Could leg press that much in your sleep. One of the few places your masculinity shines out. You pride yourself on being that guy at work who can lift the heavier boxes. I mean, that's cool. That's pretty cool. One of the issues, unfortunately, though, even though I still do lift, obviously, one of the issues I've struggled with, honestly, Sarah, same with the open bottles thing. One of the issues I struggle with is whenever for example, my mother needs something to needs something to be lifted and moved. It's like, oh, Abby, you're strong. It's like, oh, for God's sake. Even after being on estrogen, I can't get away from this responsibility of being the strong one. Gotta lift something heavy now. What's a TERF? A trans-exclusionary radical feminist and asshole, basically. Actually, you know what? Let's talk about TERFs. We talk about TERFs, or are you folks still heavily invested in the fitness talk? Do we still want to do the fitness talk? How are we feeling about the fitness talk? We can keep going, because I do like talking fitness, honestly. It's one of my favorite topics. But we can talk TERFs, because TERFs is pretty political. TERF aka jerk. TERF aka fart. You heard Abby from Last of Us. I was referring to myself. I'm Abby. Yeah, fuck TERFs. How's it going, Dirtbag? Why TERFs suck TED Talk? Shall we talk about the upcoming UK census? I have not yet delved into this grim section of the internet. My friends, tonight, 11:16 p.m., 11:17 p.m. on the 14th of February 2021, we're going to over it. Oh yes, we're going to at least one of two TERF centrals. Oh, gender critical. Look at this place. This is like a rip-off Reddit but it's all about rad feminism, specifically trans exclusionary rad feminism. Over It is a TERF website. Yes, they called it Over It, as in ovaries. They're all about the biological women. You assume TERF is something you as a straight man would not know. So TERF stands for Trans Exclusionary Radical Feminist, and basically there are these people who are trying to protect women and girls from the evil, dreaded transgenders. They got kicked off Reddit, so they made their own, yes. They absolutely did. Same with the Donald.
Welcome to the Rogue Room.
90s lesbian dad, welcome to the Rogue Room. Sit down, grab a drink, and chill out with us. Like, if they have this perception, generally speaking, like if you ask a TERF what their perception of a trans person is, they'll tell you Buffalo Bill from The Silence of the Lambs. Like, they literally believe that we're you know, creepy, skin-wearing predator pedophiles. They absolutely have met trans people, they just think they're diseased and need to be cured, absolutely. Old Greg. There's a bunch of movies you could point to. Am I gonna wear your skin though? Consensually. I am all for consensual skin wearing. Okay, so, as Del said, this is hilarious because it's not marginalizing women, but they're willing to face a £1,000 fine to die on a hill that says that it is. Okay, so what the situation is, a brief backstory. This is from the perspective, you know what? We need a voice. We need a voice. Hold on a second. A brief backstory. The UK census collected by the Office for National Statistics, ONS, is coming up. Originally, ONS was going to ask 2 questions. One asking about the person's birth sex, and one asking about the person's gender identity. However, this wasn't good enough for trans activists who threatened to lie on the birth sex question because it wasn't validating enough for them. After intense behind-the-scenes lobbying from trans groups, ONS reversed course and stated that the sex question could be answered with the sex on a person's driving licence or passport. This is essentially self-ID. Women are now tweeting #boycott-the-census to protest this. Please join us. It's a blatantly terrible idea. See this article for how this could have a ripple effect on any researcher trying to collect sex-based data for drugs that affect men and women differently, for example. See this thread from Fair Play for Women for details. That was fun. That's now my TERF voice. I know it's a bit Scottish. Sorry to any Scots that are offended there, I apologise. It's a laugh, right? 10 points to Gryffindor. Oh, so here's the TERFs. This is one of the most idiotic... Hang on, we'll do a different voice. This is... Oh, hang on. This is one... Fucking hell, I can't do it. Blah, 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 blah. This is one of the most idiotic thing I've seen yet. Giving into these assholes will massively fuck up the country. The census is so important for demographics and planning. I cannot believe the immaturity and audacity, the flat-out entitlement of these TRAs. Read, trans rights activists. Grow the hell up, goddamned children, go real. But mummy, I want to be a woman. When I grow up, I want to be a girl. They really do behave like that's a career choice, do they? These fucking people, man, they are so triggered. They are so fucking... I shouldn't use that terminology, honestly. These people so desperately want to be oppressed. They so desperately want to be oppressed. They want to act like they have a real issue here. Botwick, for the record. Trans liberation now. Professional victims. Quite frankly, honestly, yes. The situation here is absurdity. These people, okay, so for what's actually happening, the UK census, which, by the way, if they choose to not participate in the census, they're going to boycott the census. They're going to risk a £1,000 fine to not participate in the census as a boycott because the Office for National Statistics stated that the sex question could be answered with the sex on a person's driving license or passport, which is self-ID, yes, and that self-ID is literally not affecting any of the other women. Like, you... What's the problem? TERFs? I have to genuinely ask the question here. It's like, them putting them... So why is it an issue? Why is it an issue? Yeah. See this article for how it could have a ripple effect on any researcher trying to collect sex-based data. That's not going to affect that. Putting this into the... It's not... Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Imagine being against self-ID when you've never actually had your own sex karyotype assessed. Wait, which one's the sex karyotype again? I've forgotten. Is that chromosomes?
Welcome to the Rogue Room.
Welcome to the Rogue Room. Renew, sit down, grab a drink, and chill out with us. We're talking TERFs right now. What is this that they've brought up here? Change it. Hang on. This is from telegraph.co.uk. Changes to census data collection on biological sex could hamper clinical research. Fuck TERFs, exactly. Yeah, TERFs shit. TERFs are shit. We don't like TERFs. Because like this is the situation with this. I've got so many tabs open. I need to get rid of some of these. And the situation with this, down for what? The situation with the TERFs is let me think for a second. Let me get my thoughts around this because I've had some alcohol now and my brain is not fully worky. TERFs are typically, from what I've noticed, just as an observation, very privileged women, generally speaking, who don't seem to have a lot of real issues in their life, but they've decided they want to victimize themselves by using trans people as a straw man, trans women specifically. They, like, TERFs explicitly dislike they do explicitly dislike transgender women, but there is also some... the thing with the gender critical types, TERFs or gender criticals, we call them TERFs as an insult. They, generally speaking, refer to themselves as gender criticals, which is kind of silly. They consider themselves gender critical feminists, but the idea of feminism going back as far as feminism exists, feminism's always been critical of the concept of gender. It's always been critical of gender. So, you know, that's a misnomer. To call yourself a gender critical feminist is redundant by its very definition. But they are critical specifically of transgender people. And there is one of the major issues that they do tend to have is treating transgender women as predators. They believe that, for example, transgender women are trying to break into what they see as biological women's spaces. Hey Asa Pax, how you doing? Happy Valentine's Day. I hope you're having a lovely one. We got this heart here. It's stupid. Also, I made a new YouTube video, type exclamation mark, new vid. You want to check that one out. It's called Love. It's about Romance Day. Anyway, that's not the point. These people specifically, the main issue that they have with transgender women is they see us as predators. The main issue they have with transgender men is they're seeing trans men as either confused lesbians, or they're saying the trans agenda is trying to steal away our girls from us, you know. Welcome to the Rogue Room, Titan TNT 8. Sit down, grab a drink, and chill out with us. Sorry, I know the ideas here. I'm just trying to recite them all because, again, alcohol and my autistic brain doesn't work well. There was a book published by Abigail Shrier. I fucking loathe that woman shares my name, where she claimed that trans boys, that is to say, assigned female at birth boys who were transitioning to boys, trying to say that, you know, they're stealing our little girls away from us. The trans agenda is stealing our little girls away from us. That's the issue that they have on the side of trans men. They're trying to protect the poor trans men that they actually see as just confused lesbians, which again is the assumption that they make. They assume that anyone who transitions is gay is another thing. So that the gender-critical, transphobic TERF agenda is also explicitly homophobic by its very definition, in the sense that they are both aggressively anti... like, for example, they'll insult trans women for being confused gay men, and they'll insult trans men for being confused lesbians. Right, so if you have even if that's not the case, you can have a trans man who's into men, who's just a gay trans man, and I'm a assigned male at birth, transgender woman who's into women. That hasn't changed. You know, my sexuality is still the same. I haven't just swapped sexualities. I was never interested in men in the first place. I didn't transition to be a little, you know, I don't know what you would call it. Forced feminized femboy. That's not where I'm at. You know, I'm not. Why the fuck did you put that image in my head? Because I can. Honestly. Let me think here. Having time in life and loved one. No, a ruler that goes whoop whoop when you flex it and let it go rapidly. Best Valentine's ever. Awesome. Speaking of other Abigails, you saw a post saying Abigail Shapiro looks like a female Joji. They just want any excuse to invalidate people. Exactly. This is the thing, is like, generally speaking, I try my best. Forgive me if I stumble, but I try my best to be as educational as I can. If you come in here and you have legitimate questions about being trans, you have legitimate questions about anything that I might know about, I'll try to educate you as much as I can. I'll try to help you. But these people, these transphobes, these terfs, these gender criticals, these people who made a website called Over It, because they are that attached to the idea that a woman is someone that has ovaries and a vagina and can produce children. This is the thing. It's like, these people, as much as we like to say TERF, you know, as much as we like to call them trans-exclusionary radical feminists, these people are like the entire opposite of feminists. They treat women as though they are baby-making machines. Again, we go back to the Abigail Shapiro thing. She's most certainly transphobic. They see women as a thing for making babies. And as a result, they don't like it when a trans man transitions, because it's stealing more women away from us. And they don't like it when a trans woman transitions, because they're invading women's spaces and they're changing the definition of women. And yeah, and cis women who can't have babies, they don't like that, do they? You know, what happens if you bring that up in conversation? What happens if you say to one of these transphobes, what happens if you say to one of these TERFs, what about these women that have PCOS, for example, or their reproductive organs have not fully formed, or any number of other, like I think ovarian cancer is another one that can absolutely kill the ability to have children, and of course, absolutely link daring to choose to not want children. These people cannot call themselves feminists if they believe that women should only count as women if they can have babies. Fuck them kids. You win and lose no matter which way. Sounds very much like Mitch McConnell said. He's guilty, but he also voted to say he wasn't guilty. Someone actually asked you at work today if you wanted a kid and seemed confused when you said no. Actually, I have a little bit of a story here that can relate to this. I stumbled across someone that I used to talk to quite often when we would go to a certain shop she worked at. She became a bit of a friend of me and my then partner. And as a result, we're still friendly. There's no falling out there. We just didn't really keep talking after I broke off my relationship with that partner. But I bumped into her recently at the, what's her name? I think she's married. But anyway, I bumped into her recently and she knew, because she's still friends with my ex, and my ex knows all about the transition and has told her about it, which I guess is kind of not her place to say, but I don't know. I can't control what other people are going to have conversations about in private. At any rate, this person came up to me and we started having a chat, and they're just like, oh, so you're Abigail now, and like you're this and that. And we had like a really lovely conversation. And they asked me, am I going to get the surgery? Which is a bit of an invasive question, but I'm like, you know, if one day I can afford it, yeah. And they say to me, even without considering the fact that I could save sperm if I wanted to, which I don't. They say to me, it's like, oh, well, what if you meet a partner one day who wants kids? And I'm just like, the expectation there And this has come up in numerous different conversations with numerous different types of people. Like, what happens if further down the line you're in a relationship? Like I've mentioned numerous times in the past that I want to get sterilized regardless. You know, regardless of if I transitioned or not. Whenever this comes up and, you know, I just haven't had the opportunity to have it happen yet, and I'm going to do it. It's like, the conversation always turns to, but what if you meet someone who wants kids? Then I break up with them. Like, I've got kids. I have 2 children already. I have no interest in continuing procreation. I'm done with that whole thing. Like, quite frankly, if we're going to be seriously honest here, I was thinking about getting the snip when I was 18. I love my children. I adore them. I don't want to make any more of them. The crazy idea. It's a fair question, but the fact of the matter is, it's like, it's invasive, and my answer is, generally speaking, don't want more kids. I've got 2. I don't need. What if you meet someone who wants kids, and that will be a point of contention between us, since I don't want to sire younglings. Because I will grab my lightsaber and dispose of the younglings. It's very weird. It's a very unusual... It comes back to that thing we were talking about before, about the what do you do for a living sort of situation. It's very much an assumption people make about you. I was going to say, is it Darth Vader? But yeah, he is Darth Vader at that point in the movie, isn't he? I had to think on that for a second. You know what kind of sucks though is they didn't really give us... They really should have given us more of a proto Darth Vader suit for Anakin in Revenge of the Sith before he became full-blown Darth Vader. You can never bring yourself to have kids your own. Your genetics are just so bad that you wouldn't wish that on a child. As someone who's autistic, I strongly believe my kids are both autistic, because that can be, as far as I'm aware, that can be genetically passed down, which is unfortunate. I mean, at the same time, I love the fact that I'm autistic, but I just don't want them to struggle with the issues I've had to struggle with, because it's not easy. It's not easy being autistic. It makes a lot of things that seem particularly simple to other people virtually impossible. There was no prequels or sequels to Star Wars. Hey, look, there were no sequels to Star Wars, but I can give credit where credit is due to the prequels for the sheer meme material that they have given the internet. Okay? For the absolute Epic Walker 22, welcome to the Rogue Room. Sit down, grab a drink, and chill out with us. Hope you're doing well. Neurodiversity, solidarity, ADHD. We were talking a big chat about Sia, her movie music, and autism representation earlier in the stream. It was like a solid chat. Holy fuck, dude. It was lengthy. It was chunky. You're honest up front, you don't want kids. Yeah, I mean, that's it with me as well, Link. Not changing. If they want kids, that's a deal breaker. It's always going to be. Did I send... I don't think I did. I don't think I did check out that TikTok. How many subs to do a 36-hour stream? Party shaker, holy fuck. A lot. A lot. ADHD album. Who's Joyner Lucas? Yeah, I had a lot of things to say. Namely, we went through an article of someone who was intrinsically pissed off at the subject. But yeah, I'm not happy with the fact that Sia went that route with her film. I have to say, visiting the hair salon, the what do you do for work question always comes up and fills you with dread. Yeah. It's small talk. Really. It is, it's small talk. And I don't know what kind of answer they expect to get from you, and I always hate mentioning that I don't have traditional employment. Because it feels like such a social convention. Hello, Sarah Starchild, you new here? Thank you for complimenting the lighting setup. I'm quite a fan of it. And we got 2 camera angles so you can see the red. You can see the real bisexual lighting over here. Thank you kindly. To think only your gender is designated by your procreational activities to some people. Yeah.
Welcome to the Rogue
Ridiculous. Hammy Fly, welcome to the Rogue Room. Sit down, grab a drink, and chill out with us. You like the toys? I got quite a few toys, don't I? I got a lot of toys. And a spider. I got a spider. Also, I forgot to mention there's a portal gun replica underneath Lucas the Spider there, and behind Geralt of Rivia and Ciri and BB-8. Buried under everything. What was I going to say? I've forgotten. On the Star Wars memes, one of your favorites is when Anakin gets tired of killing the younglings, so he gets to kill some younglings. Can we see the spider? Sadly, not, because she's buried deep in her hovel at the moment and she won't come out. I wish. I'm going to close this over it page because staring at their hate speech is upsetting me. GLaDOS is queen. I got to replay Portal. They need to give us a Portal 3, but I know they won't. It sucks. I know they won't. There are pictures of Vest though that I could show you. Also, I've got a really bad habit of taking photos of Vest in my underwear. And fortunately, from what I can tell, you can't see me in any of the reflection of the glass. So here's Vess, my tarantula. There is another picture of her from above, which gives you a better... These are only the only 4 ones I've got saved on my hard drive. But anyway, she's adorable. She's lovely. I wish I could handle her, because she's so fucking cool, dude. Spiders are awesome. Been on the DSP for quite some time, so when you say... So saying you do nothing often induces quizzical looks and further questioning. Excuse me. Spider looks nice. Better than what you have in Florida. Chunky Spike Girl is spiky. He is. That moment when you suddenly flash back to a Portal fanfic ages ago. Unpopular opinion, Jar Jar was a good character. He was written to be annoying to all the other characters. Throughout his entire existence, the rest of the cast are, like the audience, perpetually frustrated with his existence. I can understand that viewpoint, honestly. I think that's, generally speaking, what he was designed to be. I haven't played Resident Evil, but I will throw this one to a poll for you, Romeo, because that's an interesting question. Oh, hang on. What was it? Jill, Claire, or Ada? Okay. I had to double check. Alright, and 3, 2, 1, go, vote. You can dictate for me who the best RE girl is. Because I have no clue. Jill is pulling ahead that lead. Holy shit. Your ex-partner used to keep old world tarantulas. Oh, hang on. Favorite was the the Pasilitheria Metallica is the one that I want the most. It looks so fucking cool. We got 2 votes for Ada, 1 vote for Claire, 6 votes for Jill. Jill is the one that I feel like I'm most familiar with because just the general trend towards Resident Evil, like the original cast, it seems to be. Like everyone favors Jill. I do need to have a look at the, I do need to have a look at playing the Resident Evil remakes. Still support me 100%, but 110% may not like it. What do you mean you do not like it? The spider? Fans went to such extent to work out her height from the cinematics. Oh, hang on. Are we talking about the... Oh, yeah, the large witch lady. Yeah, the what are they called? Capcom? Is it Capcom? Does Resident Evil? Actually putting out a statement saying she's 9'6" with her heels and hat. She's tall, girl. She's very tall. Lady Dimitrescu. She's going to turn into some big amorphous blob at the end of that game or something. Or someone... Okay, Jill wins with 7 votes. There you go. Someone mentioned the idea that perhaps Lady Dimitrescu was supposed to only be a prologue villain and may get killed off early on. And can you imagine if that turns out to be the case? I hope not, honestly. Like, all the hype around her. That happened for Vas Montenegro in what's it called? Far Cry 3. As far as I recall, I haven't played the game, but as far as I know, it's like he's not the whole main villain, and later on there's some other generic boring bad guy who's the real main villain, and it's like, oh, come on, dude. I did hear there were rumors of them recasting him as Vas. I don't imagine they would do it for a remake. Did they do the remake of Far Cry 3? Or remaster or whatever? Like, it made it when they did bring that actor back in. I forget what his name is. A lot of people were speculating maybe they were going to do a prequel or something, revive his character in some way. Played for the first game's remake a while ago. It was good, but the controls got annoying in the end. Is not as epic as you remember. This is the thing that irritates me a little bit. It's like the Resident Evil 1 remake. I would like to play it, but the Resident Evil 1 remake came out. The Resident Evil 1 remake came out in. Well, this says 2015. Oh, that's HD remaster. Was it that one, or was there another one? HD remaster was released in 2015. Oh, okay, so it was right. All right, I could have sworn I could have sworn the remake of the first one was a lot older. RE1 remake was on GameCube. So what the fuck? At any rate, the RE1 remake came out way before the two most recent remakes, so it's gotta feel distinctly different. And I wouldn't mind playing, Resident Evil 1 in the style of the current RE2 and RE3 remakes, because I like the look of that sort of Dead Space, Resident Evil 4 kind of vibe. When it comes to survival horror, I still haven't played them, but I do like the general gameplay style of it. I got all the way through Dead Space recently. Very good game. I would love to see more games that do that kind of body horror visual style with their monsters. But then, of course, at least more so than stock standard zombies. Like, I have to be completely honest with you folks. No matter how good of a game Days Gone allegedly was, because I've heard many good things about it. I've heard it's at least a solid 8 out of 10, whatever that means. But I cannot abide the zombie genre anymore, in general. Like, the claustrophobic atmosphere of Resident Evil looks like it would appeal to me, but hey, we have a big open world and thousands of zombies on screen. It's just like, holy fuck, stop. Please, can we just not? I'm just done with that whole genre. The zombie genre in general has been so saturated that it is more dead than the enemies in those games. Can we please, with regards to horror, fuck zombies off for a bit? Give me 10 years. Give me 20 years with no zombie content. Please, I beg you, urging you, ditch the fucking zombies. The shit. They're not even good horror, honestly. World War Z, exactly. It wasn't that a Left 4 Dead style. Honestly, like, the only one that I'm even vaguely interested in that regard is that one that's supposedly coming out, developed by the original devs of Left 4 Dead. Sorry. All you want is Minecraft with vampires. Fuck yeah. It's like, I feel like you can use zombies as a format, as a what's it called? As an archetypal enemy, but when you make the zombies the primary antagonistic focus of your game, or like the primary obstacle in your game, it becomes tiresome. And then you've got, the story generally goes with these kinds of games, that there's tons and tons of zombies out there and we're trying to survive in a world with zombies, but the real bad guys are the humans all along. It never changes. At this point, like, if you suggest to me that you're going to do a clever and original zombie franchise, I'm like, no, you're not. Don't give me that bullshit. Minecraft is good, though. I like Minecraft a lot. Only time it worked was in Last of Us. Yeah, Last of Us had a good take on it because The Last of Us was actually quite distinctly different. It's mushroom zombies. Yeah, I quite like the first Last of Us game. I have not played the second yet. I'll have to get around to it at some point. I've heard good things and bad things. Chinese secret agent, welcome to the Rogue Room. Sit down, grab a drink, and chill out with us. How the heck are ya? I can't believe we're nearly at the tail end of stream and I haven't touched on quite a few stories. I've heard good things about Alien Isolation. Very pro-trans. I've heard that. I've heard there's a trans character in it that is very well represented. VR support for Isolation. Goodness. Oh my goodness. Alright. Here's a story. Let's see here. Let's see here. Well, we've done the C as autistic movie thing. Let's skip that for now. Let's get rid of these ones. Let's get rid of that one. Oh, can I do this story? Can we do a news story? We haven't done a news story in a minute. I should be doing news more often because it's good to stimulate conversation around a certain topic. The first Outlast is substantially better than the second. I've only played the first one. I've not played the second. Alien is the best space horror ever. I haven't seen enough space horror to make that judgment, honestly. I did like the first Alien movie, and the second one. Do it to it, news anchor woman. Alright, here's a good story for you folks. Homophobes are more likely to be stupid, according to science. Hello, ambient radiation, how you doing? There is a scientific link between lower levels of cognitive intelligence and being homophobic, a study has found. Researchers at the University of Queensland, Australia, drew correlations between those who record a low intelligence quotient score and those who express bigoted, prejudiced views. This connection, scientists wrote in the journal Intelligence, is the first to connect the dots between lower cognitive ability and homophobia. Using a sample of 11,564 Australians, researchers rifled through data from the 2012 Household Income and Labour Dynamics in Australia, HILDA, a survey that charts the economic and personal well-being of the country. There are, of course, various ways to measure intelligence. The team used the data from the HILDA questionnaire to assess cognitive intelligence, a measure of how well a person can solve problems, make sound judgments, as well as their verbal and numeric abilities. The Institute for Social Science Research also looked at the 2015 HILDA survey that asked participants' attitudes towards LGBT+ rights. It asked respondents how far they agree or disagree with the statement, homosexual couples should have the same rights as heterosexual couples do. In comparing the two datasets, researchers found that the lower a person's cognitive intelligence was found to be, the more likely they were to be homophobic. High cognitive ability leads to lower prejudice, they stressed, before adding that education partially mediates but does not moderate the effect of ability. The link was strongest when the sample's verbal ability was assessed but still remained strong even after scientists factored in other variables, such as the participants' education and socioeconomic status. There are well-known correlations between low cognitive ability and support of prejudicial or non-egalitarian attitudes. This paper adds to existing knowledge that by providing the first analyses of associations between cognitive ability and attitudes towards LGBT+ issues, individuals with low cognitive ability are less likely to support equal rights for same-sex couples. Our results suggest that cognitive abilities play a critical, albeit underappreciated role in prejudice, they concluded. Consequently, we recommend a heightened focus on cognitive ability and research on prejudice and a better integration of cognitive ability into prejudice models. Homophobes are dumb. That's silly. It's stupid. But it gives me like a little bit. There's a little bit of like a... Is it Schadenfreude? I don't think it... Is Schadenfreude like embarrassment on behalf of someone else? Is that what that is? I can't recall what Schadenfreude is. It happens because lower intelligence means a smaller capacity for critical thinking. A smaller capacity for critical thinking means they're more easily influenced by propaganda and bigoted role models. I feel like when I turn on my news reporter voice, I can more easily read what you're saying. Doesn't this distract from the fact that functions of the government maintain the class system and access to education and support, the government being the ones enforcing and tolerating homophobia? Yes, you are absolutely right, ambient radiation. That is exactly what is happening. By restricting education and support for people who are in lower socioeconomic areas, by enforcing that ignorance, well, rather like by restricting access to education and support and specifically the way that the news cycle is curated as well. You know, the fact that the vast majority of, for example, mainstream news media in Australia is controlled by Murdoch. Murdoch and Fox and all of those kinds of things, specifically conservative-driven media. You have a ton of people who are in lower socioeconomic situations who are informed by specifically bigoted viewpoints, both in the education system, both in the news media, in multimedia. Further education should not be locked behind a paywall, exactly, but if they don't pay for it, it was all for naught. Yeah, that's one of the major problems, especially with left-wing media, is like everyone in the left is trying to make money because we live in a capitalistic nightmare. But when you lock all of the information that you're trying to spread behind a paywall, you make it excessively difficult for us to spread the good message that we're trying to spread. Schadenfreude, pleasure derived from another person's misfortune. There we go. Educated people are awful. How dare they? How dare they try to make money sharing their knowledge? This is the thing that I struggle with, is like, I don't want to restrict any of the content I create behind any sort of paywall, because I do tend to skew towards a let's help people understand viewpoint, and I would rather do that for free. But if people voluntarily support me through Twitch subs and bits and tips and Patreon and all of that, then that's great. If people feel like I'm putting out good content to the point where they will actively support me rather than feeling compelled to so they can see my content, that's the preferential way to go. But there are a lot of these resources that would help people who are otherwise ignorant, help expand their wealth of knowledge, help up their intelligence quotient, as it's referenced in this article. But intelligence quotient is also a flawed metric to go by as well. There are issues with the IQ system. Let me look this up. IQ tests are fundamentally flawed. Do IQ tests actually measure intelligence? Dyson Queer. The assessments have been around for over 100 years. Experts say they've been plagued by bias, but still have some merit. The first IQ test that wasn't invented to measure IQ... the first IQ test wasn't invented to measure IQ. In 1905, French psychologists developed the Binet-Simon test to identify children who needed individualized help outside of school. Yet as time went on, psychologists refined the Binet-Simon test and developed many more, and started to attribute performance to someone's general intelligence. Time for classless, stateless, automated space communism. Yes, it is. Yes, the heckin' frick it is. Tim Curry at that statement. Which one? Oh, yeah, right. Yep. Okay, I know the reference. Don't worry, I haven't played the game, but I get the reference. I know the reference. Let me think. So, there is a, popped into the stream after seeing Accept Terfs and happy to see some healthy, chill discussion on bigotry to follow up on it. And this is the thing, right, about bigotry, as I try my absolute damnedest to be as patient and empathic as I possibly can, except fuck Terfs, but genuinely, Detroit, there you go, lovely. Genuinely, I want to help people understand. I would love to help people open up their minds a bit on autism, on gay rights, on trans rights, on wealth inequality, on why capitalism bad, on a number of things. I, generally speaking, consider myself to be a very open and accepting person to the best of my ability, and I do truly believe that it is the restriction of access to good educational materials in specifically low-income, like low-class regions. Happy Valentine's Day. Dances with Bulverine.
Happy Valentine's Day. Kitten turfs the most.
What did it say? Kitten turfs the most. Can we get some kitten turfs in the chat? Thank you so kindly, Dances with Bulverines. And welcome to the Rogue Room, Ambient Radiation. Sit down, grab a drink, and continue to chill out with us. Kitten turfs! Can we get some kitten turfs in the chat? Yeah, I do truly believe that a lot of the bigotry we see in the world today, and this always has been the case, is it's a lack of education. It's a lack of people having access to the information that can help them stop being bigoted. If they understood what gay people are, what trans people are, what autistic people are, if they understood these people at all.
Welcome to the Rogue Room.
Dances with Wolverines, welcome to the Rogue Room. Sit down, grab a drink, and chill out with us, you bloody legend. Just imagine a kitten going, "I'm over it." Dude, they actually named their website that. I can't believe that. And there's also the other one, the other big one, Mumsnet, which we could have a look at some point. We're heading towards the tail end of the stream. We're winding down now, I think. But I'm just thinking for a second. Yeah, I kind of want to make that my mission statement. You know, I kind of want to have that be my mission statement moving forward, as much as I can. As I try my best to be the most tolerant person I can, and this, unfortunately, and regrettably, brings us back to the brings us around. Sarah Starchild, welcome to the Rogue Room. Sit down, grab a drink, and chill out with us. This brings us back around to the tolerance paradox. For those of you who are out of the loop here, the tolerance paradox is if we try to create a space, if we try to create a world that is absolutely tolerant of every viewpoint, which seems to be the argument now for like free speech absolutists. They want an absolutely tolerant world where everyone gets to say anything they want and cannot be restricted for it, cannot be jailed for it, cannot be this and that and the other. The issue then becomes, if we are tolerant of every single person's ideas, that means we have to be tolerant of Nazism and people who are just, generally speaking, trying to be as fascistic as possible. And if we continue on that path of let's tolerate every single possible viewpoint, what inevitably happens is those viewpoints have the incredible potential to spread to such an obscene degree that you end up with a potential dictatorship, an authoritarian system where tolerance is now thrown out the window in favor of intolerance. You know? You'll inevitably lead to governance that is explicitly anti-tolerance if we tolerate every single viewpoint. So, of course, I will try to go out of my way to be as accepting and welcoming and empathic and try to educate people as much as possible on these things. And I get a bit snarky about it, and that's my failing, and I could probably work on improving that, honestly. That is a big failing on my part. But, yeah, we do have to be cautious when it comes to tolerating every single person's viewpoints. What do you mean I can't yell fire in a crowded theater? My free speech. That's literally what it is. Then you end up with a capital riot, exactly. You end up with people who have been radicalized into certain ideas and believe that, honestly, they believe they're oppressed, when these are the people who absolutely want to oppress other people. You know, it's kind of terrifying. Here's a thing that's kind of related. We're not actually going to be looking at direct TERF propaganda, but there is this thing. So it looks like a TERF group copied my informed consent map and added some hate to it along with anti-abortion tactics. There's this account on Twitter called the Gender Mapper. Map is the #1 source for unethical gender care worldwide. And this is one of those things where they so what they've done is they've got like a map. I reported this tweet, yes. Where's a good example? So what they've done is they've got these maps which somebody else has made. And they've added some bigotry to it. Yeah, go block them, report them. It's called the account name, the account is Gender Mapper. So yeah, go report them. You know, because this is there's my tweet. This is explicitly trying to spread even more hatred and division towards trans people, and trying to this is the thing. My map is the #1 source for gender affirmative care worldwide. I expose the predatory doctors who victimize children and parents. Right? This person is, and this is the thing, this comes back to the autism thing before, is these kinds of people who are so concerned about trans kids, so concerned about gender affirming doctors and things like that, are always appealing to the parents of those people. Always appealing to the parents of autistic people, always appealing to the parents of transgender kids, always appealing to the parents of gay kids. All of that. Trying to make the parents worried about what's going to happen to their children if they get transed, if they turn out to be autistic. Any of these things. What's been your most favorite depiction of trans in media? Honestly, I haven't seen enough to be able to form a conclusive opinion. I would say Laverne Cox's character in Orange is the New Black is quite good. From what I recall, though, I haven't seen... it's been a while since I watched the show, so I can't recall all of it. Yeah, I need some more... I mean, I suppose you could definitely argue Madeline in Celeste, because she's trans. And that's not really the focal point of her character, but there are a lot of relatable moments in Celeste's story that I think speak on a deeper level to at least me personally as a trans person. But the story in that game is rather light. There is a fair chunk of story in it, but it's rather light. It is primarily a hardcore platformer, so take that with a grain of salt, you know. Who else is represented as trans in media that I could use as a reference? Honestly, I quite like Gwendolyn from Dark Souls as a transgender character. Because, I mean, this is where it becomes tricky. Is because Gwendolyn is presented as female, but in some of the text in the game is referred to as male. So potentially gender fluid, gender queer, but the character was born male and raised female, potentially against their will. It's rather like an interesting take, based on more, I believe. Someone like Gwendolyn seems very heavily influenced by the character of Loki from Norse mythos, from my perspective. But I may be wrong there. You know, if anyone's played Dark Souls and has a bit of insight on that personally, I'd love to hear it. But in my opinion, Gwendolyn is a transgender character and their story is rather interesting. What we know of them, anyway. A few years ago, you were heavy alt-right. You were that dude in your chat being a reactionary trying to bait. Turned around a couple of years ago, maybe 2.5 now, and the path you've slowly traveled since has been great. That's good to hear. What's my stance on Bloodborne? I fucking love it. I was looking, I was like, there's my little Bloodborne hunter up here. You can see my little Bloodborne hunter just there. Sitting on top of the stack of games. And Apex Tree, welcome to the Rogue Room. Sit down, grab a drink, and chill out with us. You don't trust the narrative voice of Japanese stories when trans characters involved. Do tell why. I'd like to hear this, honestly. Trans rights are human rights. Absolutely amazing, Wolf Skeptic. Please enlighten me, Ambient. I'm curious. Some of the best representation you've seen has been of trans men and non-binary folks. TV/movie people are still attached to their sexualized trans woman tropes. That's true. But, wrong one. Wrong camera. I love Bloodborne. It's one of my favorites. It's just such a good game, dude. It's got so much style. You know, it's got so much finesse. It's incredible. Revolutionary. And yes, we need a Bloodborne too. Fuck yes, we do. But that said, you know, aside from that aspect of Dark Souls, I generally like all of From Software's games. I can barely trust Japanese on decent full representation for gays in anime. Interesting. Transphobic and sexist attitudes they have actively erased trans women as women constantly. They're not good with LGBT plus stories most of the time. I see. I do discuss politics. Yeah, we do discuss politics. We might do a more politics heavy stream tomorrow. I'm not sure what stories to tackle is the thing. I'm not particularly heavily versed in a lot of political education is the issue I have, so I'm constantly trying to educate myself. I am very left-leaning politically. I took the political spectrum test, and it put me as a left libertarian, whatever the fuck that means. But as an idea of like where my stances are, I'm, for example, obviously pro civil rights. Have a good night, Pac-Man. Like pro equal civil rights. Pro climate action. What's another one? Universal health care, socialized housing. What are some other things that I'm... drug deregulation. I'm pro decriminalization of all drugs. What else? Anti-terfs. That's a political stance. Anti-fascist. What color panties? I'm wearing like black boxer shorts. Is that what you wanted? Was that what you were here to jerk off to? They're just like regular ass boxer shorts. Or like boxer briefs, honestly, because they're comfy. I mean, don't get me wrong, I have panties, but I'm not wearing them. I'm wearing boxers. Comfy. Do I support abolishing the state? Depends what that means in detail. I would argue I'm socialist in a lot of ways. Yeah, boxer briefs are hot as fuck. These are my old, pre-transition underwear. Here's a funny story. I've lost like 26 kilos since August. Right, when I started actively deciding I'm going to lose weight, I've lost 26 kilos. I had to throw out so many pairs of pants and undies. It's ridiculous, dude. I've lost so much weight that I had to throw out so many clothes. I mean, I donated them. I smell quite pretty, don't I, Partial Dreamer? Because I'm wearing deodorant, unlike some people. Lib left is basically the only political position that doesn't hate trans people, hence why basically all trans people prefer it. I love how the mod bot picked up hate trans and then automatically censored that. Stupid bot. Is this a scratch and sniff stream? I will advocate freely right now. Do not scratch your screens. You're going to damage them, folks. Don't scratch your streams. Your screens, not your streams. Don't scratch your screens. Because, like, it's hard to fix that shit. Honestly. But yeah. It's kind of crazy how many people have some kind of problem with trans folks. Honestly, we've still got to watch that damn Blair White video. We've still got to watch that damn Blair White video, dude. Where's my watch later list? This is why the trans community isn't respected. Do we watch it? I've been meaning to for a while. Or we got Riley Grace Rochon explaining why people care about trans athletes so much. That's again another exclusionary viewpoint. Yeah, Blair White's gross, but we could react to her and make fun of her bullshit. You feel like most people who are genuinely leftist misidentify as liberal. Modbot trans discussion, also Modbot sniff, 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 let's go. Scratch your screen. Championship Edition DX Plus is best Pac-Man. I'm not familiar with much of Pac-Man aside from how to play it. Hello Code Ruin, how you doing? Should we do it? Should we? Well, I'll throw it to you folks. It is 10 past 12 at night. I probably should go to sleep so that I can get up at a reasonable hour and go to the gym at a reasonable hour. Hello Praxia. An 18-minute video. Alright. I'll just give you a yes, no. I'm not going to make it a big, deep, unsure poll. You get a yes or a no. Pick one. You got one yes. Mostly because you want to stick around and talk to Abby more. This is why the trans community isn't respected. Get ready for some, what's it called? Some nitpicking. He's definitely going to be doing a fair chunk of... Going to be doing a fair... I mean, if we don't do it tonight, we could do it tomorrow. We could start the stream off tomorrow with this video. I have been meaning to do more reactions to things. More reaction videos. Best Blair White impression. Did that come across as weird? No, that's all good. Tear Blair a new one. It's a close vote. 5-4. Yes, no's favor. You look at American liberals, they're straight up centrist. That's another problem. You know, centrism inherently leans right. You know, you can't really be a centrist. How about this? If it gets a no vote, we'll do it tomorrow. If it gets a yes vote, we'll do it now, even though I'm pretty tired and semi-drunk. Looks like a no vote. Oh, hang on. Dude, my polls have never been this intense until recently. And I'm loving doing the polls on stream because they're actually, like, pretty competitive. I'm fiddling with this fucking tripod. Yeah, I've noticed that, you know, most centrists inherently lean right. In the sense that, you know, they're that person who stands in the middle. And it's just like, well, there's Nazis over here that want to take all of the literature from trans clinics and burn it. And you got trans people over here who would like to have rights. Let's listen to both sides and see what... No. Let's not do that. If your stance on all things political involves inaction, you automatically side with the oppressor. You are absolutely right. This is why it always annoys me. Oh, it's a yes. By one vote, we're going to watch. And this is the thing, right? Let me close these other articles because this is the last thing we're doing tonight. Look at the thumbnail she's used. Also, Solace has a video that I wouldn't mind watching on stream. See if you can stomach this. We might not watch all of it. We'll watch a bit of it. Down like a clown and get mad. But yeah, there's a thing that goes around in political discussion sometimes, where there are folks who tend to say, "I don't like to get political. I don't like to talk about politics," and that is as much as there are people who do get uncomfortable talking politics. I can understand that. To have the capacity to say, "I don't get political," is a privilege, because I mean. 99% of the time. I will say there are certain people who, with regards to their content at the very least, are most certainly political people, but do not talk politics when it comes to their streams or their YouTube videos, for example, but they do hold political viewpoints on social media. And in that regard, I think those people just don't want to have to deal with people interacting with their content in a political fashion, which is fine. As long as you stand for something. But if you're, for example, Ninja, and we've already talked about Ninja recently, with regards to his I shouldn't have to teach the kids about racism and sexism bullshit, right? You know, you're absolutely right. My stance is the status quo. I'm comfy not discussing the status quo because it benefits me. That's exactly how it works. And the status quo is usually Sarah Love, by the way. Get flipped off. There you go. The situation, of course, is that people like Ninja, they've got to, like, this is a perfect little microcosm of the situation. Ninja directly benefits from the system on Twitch as it is, being as bigoted and bullshit and annoying as it possibly can be. Racist, sexist, homophobic, transphobic, ableist, all of these things. You know? Ninja directly benefits from that because that's his base, that's his audience. I know too many people who aren't political and they all watch Isaac Butterknob. Exactly. He's one of those people, like numerous people have mentioned, he's alt-right. Rainbow Brit, welcome to the Rogue Room. Sit down, grab a drink, and chill out with us, friend. Yeah, Isaac Butterfield is one of those people, definitely, who goes out of his way to say, I'm not political. I'm not alt-right. What are you talking about? And then he shakes his beard around like a fucking dickhead. And he absolutely is. You look at any of his videos, he's absolutely political as all fuck. I feel like we should do another, who else can we react to? Give me some suggestions for other people we can react to as well. Other alt-right chuds. Let's have a look at Blair White Do I have to? Do I have to look at her face? Alright, let's go. Let's fucking go.
Hey everyone, welcome back to my main channel. So I was having this drunken conversation with a girlfriend of mine.
That's fascinating.
Trans, and the drunken conclusion of this amazing 2-hour long conversation I had with her was that I should probably bring that conversation to you guys and see what you
did
guys
you have to?
say. And now that I'm
That's so nice, Blair. Thank you for bringing this conversation to us. Thank you so kindly. Let's watch Ben Shapiro debate people with actual intellect next stream. Have you got any recommendations? I was drunk and I saw God. Oh, drunken to drunken conclusion. Yeah, this will go well.
actually sitting here or standing here about to do it, it's either a good idea or a bad idea. We'll find out. But we were talking about our frustrations with the trans community and how the trans community as it stands.
I've got at least 2 videos burned of me ripping into the Shapiros. One of them is a half an hour teardown of Ben Shapiro.
Stands right now in 2021 will never achieve acceptance or integration into society. Talking about our frustrations with the trans community, a good idea or a bad idea. We'll find out. But we were talking about our frustrations with the trans community and how the trans community as it stands right now in 2021 will never achieve acceptance or integration into society in the way that the community by and large claims that it wants, right?
Okay, so first and foremost, one of the reasons that the trans community won't gain acceptance or respect in 2021 is people like you, Blair. Just as an aside, not even getting into the actual points that you're inevitably going to try to make, you're part of the problem. And Demacia, look up fishhook theory. I will give that a look.
Acceptance, normalization, all those things that I personally want, because, it'd be very counterproductive for me to want anything other than that as a trans person myself who just wants to live life and be successful and buy a home and have kids, et cetera, et cetera. Oh, and by the way, super quick, I just want to thank everyone who has joined my podcast. We have 2 episodes up right now on my Patreon for the...
Of course. Of course. Just, can we just get this out of the way right now? Why do these alt-right types always tend to make a podcast? Wait, she's trans? Really? I never would have guessed. It's like she exhumes stupid. Being a self-hating trans person is such an easy grift. It does seem that way, doesn't it? Hey, young buzzard, how's it going? She's trans? The most notable alt-right trans woman there is transgender. I never would have guessed. Of course she's got a fucking podcast. Isaac Butterfield's got a podcast.
Blair White Project. It is so exciting to get this off the ground already. It has been so much fun. The feedback and the amount of people that have joined and supported it has blown my mind. A lot of people are saying that the podcast makes them fall in love with me all over again, and it's
oh my god, the fucking self-aggrandizing arrogance is driving me insane. All these people love me. The support's been amazing because I'm so loved and accepted and everyone adores me, and it's so great that everyone loves me so much and is giving me money to listen to my podcast because they like me. Shut up and get to the point. She seems very big to set herself like that. Looks exactly like Dorian Electra. Sudoku plus net. Welcome to the Rogue Room. Sit down, grab a drink, and chill out with us. What was it? The Blair White Pride Project? Oh fuck! Has she said anything about the George Floyd situation from last year? Did she comment on that? I bet you she had some thoughts. I bet you she said something. Fishhook loops around to the left. If you think about the political spectrum as a straight line and hook it back around like a fishhook, the far right side of the hook points directly down the... Well, yeah, there you go. There you go.
Very reminiscent of very old school Blair, where I'm just very loose-lipped and talking about whatever the fuck I want. So that's been really good. So
I think she tried to censor the fuck there and it didn't work. I think she censored too little. So she made it mute for a split second of a split second. And you got the whole fuck. You hear all right and you assume a white pride mentality is also in there somewhere. And honestly, I will credit Blair White to some extent with helping me come out, seeing her as a prominent transgender woman, honestly. But I will admit, initially she was one of the people that did skew some of my opinions towards the trans community at the same time. It was finding other voices in the trans space that helped me sort of turn my opinions around and realize how stupid I was being.
In the description to join my podcast. I'll love you forever. So this conversation with my friend was sparked after I watched this old school episode of Dr. Phil. It was from like 2007, 2008. And it was basically an audience debate on the Dr. Phil show about gay marriage, where half of the audience was vehemently against it, whether it be for religious or social reasons,
Yeah,
and
Dr.
half of
Phil.
it was pro, whether they were gay or just supported gay people getting
She's sourcing Dr. Phil. Yeah, this is great. We're off to a good start here. Where it's totally not scripted. She'd be so pretty if she weren't an utter asshat. She is pretty. She's attractive. She'd still be a dickhead and be attractive.
married, right? And it was amazing because it felt so...
Although, I will say this, I have noticed there are quite a few people who are very, very fashy-leaning types who tend to be very, very aesthetically a certain way. They have the very stereotypical pretty woman look, and then on the male side of things, they got the very stereotypical chiseled hunky man look, the short hair and the light stubble. Now, not all of them meet this description, but I've noticed quite a few sort of, usually couples, traditional family sort of couples, traditional family values, always end up being Nazis. I don't know why that is. Attractiveness is rooted in white traditionalism, it is. So is Milo, whatever you spell his last name, but he's awful. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, this is why we shouldn't value physical attractiveness so much, because physically attractive people honestly have it a lot easier in life. You know, they have it a lot, they've got a lot of privilege just by looking good. You can tell alt-righters are low IQ by examining their skull shapes.
It felt so ancient, even though it wasn't that long ago. I vividly remember the days where gay marriage was a very contentious issue, where it was a hot topic, and where no presidential candidates of that era, Obama, Romney, McCain, any of them, Hillary, none of them supported gay marriage, right? They were all against it. And now I feel like it's very difficult to find even two people to sit in a room and really like debate that issue with passion. Most people now at this point are either supportive of gay marriage or just don't care. There's just no passion in the issue. And I was talking with my girlfriend about this, and I was saying, you know, I don't feel like trans issues, at least in the foreseeable future, are going to ever reach that level of like nonchalant discussion. And that nonchalant...
Well, not when you're constantly putting out videos that tear down the trans community, Blair. I mean, that's not exactly helping the situation, if we're being completely honest. How often is she telling us not to be passionate? Honestly. Like, is she telling us to just give up because she personally doesn't see that it's going to get to a point where trans issues and the trans community are respected? When she routinely puts out videos that strawman particularly transgender people in order to make arguments against the trans community. Again, she's one of the good ones. Let's throw that out there. She's the acceptable trans woman.
Attitude is so far from...
Did the gays just sit and wait, Blair?
What is present within trans discourse. There are few things in like public square conversations that invoke more passion, hatred, anger than talking about trans issues. Take it from me as someone who's talked about it for the past 4 or 5 years.
Has she got like a metric fuck ton of bronzer on her hand there? Can I just like back up just a second?
Talking about trans issues. Take it from me.
Is that just how her hand looks, or is it just caked in bronzer? Can we get some, like, I don't know. Am I imagining things? It genuinely looks like her hand is caked in bronzer. Also, she's standing right in front of this whole thing with her and her boyfriend. Like, is she married? I don't know. That's not really relevant to anything.
Me as someone who's talked
Been
about
fondling
it for
Trump.
5 years. People get doxxed over these issues.
Might be fake
People
Tanner,
get
yeah.
so mad, so passionate.
That's what I meant. Yeah, fake Tanner, not bronzer. Yeah. We spent decades stop being a mental disorder to being accepted after the AIDS crisis to finally stealing back the narrative from our straight betrayers. Absolutely. Yeah. So should we stop fighting? Should we stop arguing for trans rights? No, I don't think so. Should we stop arguing for respect? No, absolutely not. Thank you. Welcome to the Rogue Room, the creeping darkness. I don't know why my alerts are so damn quiet. Sit down, grab a drink, and chill out with his friend. While we're critiquing issues, he's the only one weirded out by her lips. She's definitely overdrawn them. She definitely gets fillers done, but I think she's most certainly overdrawn them.
These issues, people themselves over these issues, literally, whether it's bathrooms, sports, dating, like just every area of life that makes life, there is a discussion about trans people included or excluded from it and what is the right way to navigate, right? And my friend and I both agree that the trans community as it stands now will never achieve full acceptance, and how we've almost noticed an uptick in like anti-trans people and almost like a
Well, yeah, because this is the situation with the uptick in anti-trans people, is that they are seeing vocal trans people finally entering the discussion and saying, we want some rights too. So the uptick in transphobes, the uptick in terfs and gender criticals and all of these people is specifically this is why they're called reactionaries, is reactionaries react to progressive ideologies. To anyone who is trying to shift the social movement more and more left, more reactionaries are going to crop up and make themselves as vocal as humanly possible because they can't stand it. This is why we're seeing more and more transphobes. Like, because we're trying to fight for rights here. We're trying to stop, trans teens being systemically killed by being denied puberty blockers in the UK, for example. Rundo, welcome to the Rogue Room. Sit down, grab a drink, and chill out with us. Uptake, has there been an uptick? I'm drinking water now. I can't blame the alcohol anymore. I'm back to sobriety. That's gone. Uptick in all kinds of hate during the Trump era. Absolutely, there has been. And I think this is the major issue with the Trump administration, is that it has become a worldwide cult. We've seen demonstrations happening in countries that are not America, arguing in support of Donald Trump as the American president. Why? How does it affect you, Trump supporters in Melbourne, Victoria? Why are you marching in the streets? And like, Trump has been explicitly an exclusionary and divisive and what's the phrase here? Exclusionary, divisive, yes, reactionary president. And the sting is still felt even after his administration has died off. Now, we could go into the whole acquittal situation and all that sort of thing. But Trump lost the election. Dan Andrews must be at fault. Yeah, definitely. It was definitely Dan Andrews' fault that Donald Trump lost the election and got impeached a second time. It's patently ridiculous. But it is, yes, absolutely, Leash. That's kind of what I'm trying to get across, is just an excuse for already terrible people to be vocal about their hate. They finally had the opportunity to be like, yeah, I hate these people, and now we live under an administration where it's okay to scream that hatred. Every time I wave that thing in your hand around for a split second to think of a vape, I think, oh no, it's a tripod. I don't vape, honestly. I'm just going to be completely honest with this. Yeah, like right now, if I see streamers vaping, I get turned off. I really do. It's a weird, I don't know. Put Trump in a cage with his family and supporters and see how they like it. Yeah, exactly. He lost because you voted 33,000 times in Michigan. Fucking legend. Dan's the best premier we've had in decades. Yeah, there's a lot of hatred for Dan Andrews, and it seems to me like he's done a lot of good things. I do not have a trans flag. I fully intend to get one. I've also asked my mother to paint me a trans artwork that I'm going to hang above my bed head. And I want to put something else on this wall here, which may be a trans flag or it may be a clock. There's a clock that I've been looking at. I just want some decoration in that spot there. It's empty. I do want to get a trans flag. Credit where credit is due. Boris Johnson is a eugenicist cunt all on his own. Exactly. Anyway, let's continue.
A resurgence of people who like straight up don't like trans people, don't get it, are very turned off by the community and by trans ideology, and that actually lash.
Oh my god, she said trans ideology. Let's get this out of the way right now. I said trans ideology recently. Do not say trans ideology, because you are absolutely feeding into the gender critical idea that transgender people, or the trans agenda, is an ideology. It's like it's a political thing. And yes, transgender people's identities are intensely politicized by the very definition that we are currently a hot political topic. But being trans is not an ideology. Let's talk about ideology for a second, all right? Okay. Hey, Glitchcraft, how you doing? What's going on? A system of ideas and ideals, especially one which forms the basis of economic, political theory or policy. That is what an ideology is. And transgender people are just people. We don't have an ideology. We don't have an agenda, much like the homosexual agenda. The agenda, the ideology, if you will, is please stop systemically committing genocide upon us. That would be nice, thanks. The trans agenda, like that last mission in Halo Reach, objective, survive. That's the agenda. Crazy how that works out. Transgender is free cat ears. Dude, there's some really cute cat ears that I actually really want. Can I just show off the cat ears that I really want to buy? Ooh woo. I shouldn't do this because I'm gonna become a cat girl. I can't even find them now, dude. I swear yeah, cat ears. Cat ears and tail for sale. Yeah. Where's my watch list? Oh, actually. These ones. Also, just throwing this out there. I want this little kitty. I want this little kitty. Look at it. It's adorable. I want it. And then you got this shit. Honestly, I would wear these. You can slap me if you like. You can go ahead and slap me if I buy a pair of these. I will freely allow you to do that. Because I will wear them on stream. I absolutely will. Obviously, I'm a sucker for a good headband of some description. So yeah. Be right back. Someone's at the door. Radio Demacia. Sounds good. Very good ears. No smacks. Cat ears. The trans agenda is excellent freight services for all your goods. Here's what's on the trans agenda, right? Here are the things that are on the trans agenda. We want socialized healthcare. We want universal healthcare. We want socialized housing. We don't want any more homelessness. No one should be homeless for any reason whatsoever. Abolish real estate while we're in the same space right now. Abolish the real estate system. There should be no fucking things such as landlords. We're going chop chop Chairman Mao on these fuckers. Okay? What else is there? Improve public education. This is the trans agenda, folks. Forced feminization. Forced feminization. Well, no. Maybe not. The trans agenda benefits everyone on the planet, to be honest. We want communism. Dismantling the capitalistic nightmare within which we live. This is the trans ideology. It's ridiculous. The trans ideology. Soy injections. It's free soy milk for all. I like oat milk and almond milk. Although I tried almond milk with coffee once, and it wasn't good. I thought it would be good. I thought the coffee and the almond would go well together, and it didn't. Kind of unhappy with that. Oat milk is where I did buy some oat milk. No such thing as landlords, but what about Malcolm Turnbull's 32 properties that totally didn't influence negative gearing decisions? Exactly. No one should own more than a single house. Anyway, back to this tremendous screenshot. Look at that pause. Look at that fucking pause. Okay, I'll stop.
Outed us like in an anti-trans way, which there was this weird golden period where like I never got any anti-trans hate. And now I'm seeing it happen, and we have a theory about why that is. The messaging of the trans community is so off. The fundamental difference between the gay rights movement and now, trans issues and the trans rights movement, I don't know if that's really the correct phrase, but you know what I'm talking about. The gay rights movement had very great messaging, and it was branded very well, and it changed minds because everything the gay rights movement sort of argued was both true and was easy to get behind. The argument from the gay rights movement was very much, we are normal people just like you, we are just maybe born a little different, and we want to be included in society. We don't want to take anything away from you. We just want to be able to be included in society in the following ways, whether it's adoption, gay marriage, etc. It was a message.
Okay, so yeah, there were absolutely some fucking crazies during the gay acceptance movement. Can I just throw that out there? There are some crazies right now during the trans acceptance movement. Can we talk about the AIDS crisis? Yeah, exactly. Like, there were absolutely people who were not doing the whole normalize the gays thing. Not just, we're all normal people thing. There were a lot of people in that same space who are acting like some people in the trans community are now. I don't know why she's cherry picking this particular issue, but I distinctly remember quite a period of there was a long period of the queer movement the gay rights movement, where there was a lot of media geared towards the fact that gay people were not normal people. Like, remember Queer Eye for the Straight Guy? That was a fucking problematic show. Just mute her in live dub. We can have, like, CC on, honestly. Yeah, why is she talking about gay rights in the past like it's over? Someone tell her about Poland real quick. Exactly. Gay rights is not done. I mean, I get she's talking in a American sense, but yeah. Whenever the next stream is, you'll be there. You're going to be spending the night in lockup. Well, Demacia, I hope you're okay. Best of luck to you, friend. Does she wake up with sponsors and donors to talk about this stuff on their dime? You link a thing on Etsy. Bought this bi Dragon Eye pendant, and that shop doesn't have a trans version, but they do have a lesbian one. You absolutely can. I can, Draco. Absolutely.
Of a desire for assimilation rather than deconstructing society to fit around the gay.
Ow, 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 ow. Hang on a sec. Ow. Sorry, my toenail got stuck in the carpet and I had to check that I, Goodness me. Don't take kindly to people showing up on your doorstep to jump you. Jesus Christ. We're getting some great pauses here. Lesbian flag friendship bracelet. Oh, that's cute. Oh, that is great. Look at that. Oh my goodness, yes. That is awesome. Oh, look at the good little stones. That's a trans one. They got it looks like they've at least got a trans option in the braiding. So, you know, maybe they do have one, but it's not available at the moment. Anywho. Lesbian flag and trans flag. Oh, look at that. We're getting distracted. Let's go back to Blair White. Telling your friends about your trans ring and how you loved it. We decided to get these resin rings in pink, blue, and purple together so we can have a bi pride flag. It's awesome. We love to hear it. We love to see it. Keep going. We're only 4 minutes into this video.
Gay community, which is very important because I feel as though in many ways it's the opposite for the trans community. And when I speak of trans ideology and trans activists,
again with the trans ideology, it's not an ideology, Blair.
I'm not speaking of the individual, like, transgender person, okay? That's not what I'm talking about. There is a difference. But trans ideology and trans activists who use that ideology to
take a shot. This is pure ideology. Well, Blair White is an ideology. And yeah, her tops are right, I suppose.
To gain acceptance, and that's, you know, their alleged goal.
She's no, I'm not going to comment on it. I'm not going to comment on it.
They deconstruct society, and they do not want trans people to assimilate into society. There was a viral tweet, I'm going to try to find it and put it on the screen a while back, which was some trans activists saying, stop having cis heroes, basically. Like, stop looking up to people who aren't trans. And they were speaking to trans people. Basically saying, like, don't aspire to be like anyone who is not trans. Like, do not assimilate into, like, real life and the general population.
Okay, so what she's basically saying is that if you're different, you shouldn't look up to people like you who are also different, because then you're not going to be normal and you're not going to be able to fit into traditional social standards, which are inherently restrictive and put you into categories that don't allow you to have any sort of independence or freedom of your own. Great message there, Blair. Should we go back to the autistic thing? We go back to the Autism Speaks thing, where they're trying to make autistic kids as normal as humanly possible so that they integrate into society. Be normal, you freak. Exactly. It's ridiculous. Want to live, Abby. I like my kidneys. Well, too bad.
And the topic of biological sex is a very good example.
What's the issue in a trans woman looking up to a really awesome cis woman? They're absolutely allowed to do that if they want to. Absolutely. There are some cis women I look up to that I can't name off the top of my head at the moment, but they do exist. My mother is one of them, honestly. Don't dare to be trans, who dare not to pass as much as possible. Exactly.
Example of this refusal to assimilate and desire for deconstruction. So,
can we just talk about how the fact that she keeps saying the word assimilate? She keeps saying the word assimilate, and I feel like that's a really negative point to go on. She keeps, you know, you should be assimilating into society. You should be just like everyone else. Join the Borg. By the way, I've got that thing on. Shinigami eyes of Blair White's coming up as red. Almost like trans women are women and can look up to other women regardless of whether they're trans. You will be assimilated.
A lot of trans activists, especially the most notable ones, would rather completely deconstruct the concept of biological sex, which is a long-held, scientifically agreed-upon reality, right?
She stumbled there for a second because she knew she was bullshitting.
Would rather say things like this, that trans women and trans girls are biological women and biological girls, which is...
Blair, there's no such thing as biological women and girls. Women and girls are genders. Those are not biological things. That's not... This is what I hate about the term biological women. This is why I take the piss out of it all the time. No such thing as biological men and women. It's the gender role. If Blair, please learn more than high school biology, please. All trans women are women no matter where they end up on the passing spectrum. Hello, Amanda. Hey, welcome back. Hello. Welcome back, Amanda. Oops, I didn't mean to close that. Can I be a biological moth? Yes, you absolutely can. Also, can I show you something? On the subject, while it's on my mind, I need to bring these up really quickly to you folks. Knitted moths. Okay? I'm just throwing that out there. maxsworld.co.uk is where you can get some knitted moths if you want them. There you go. That's so cute. Anyway, back to hating Blair White.
It's a lie. It's literally just a lie, and it completely goes against the actual concept of being transgender, which is being born a biological sex and transitioning and living your life as another. It's a very simple concept that most people can understand, right? Some people can't, and you know, we're working on them, but most people get that, like, oh, that person was like born a boy, but like looks like a girl now and, you know, goes by she. Like, that's a simple enough concept. And it's...
This is the thing, she's reducing it to basic biology again. Without looking further into biology, mind you, and completely in the same sense dismissing the existence of intersex people, which is such a common thing with these people, by the way.
Also a narrative that transgender people spent decades trying to build because it differentiated them from other things like cross-dressers and drag queens, is that like, no, like, we're born this, but we live this way. We're not performers. We are not actors. We're not doing this for a kink. It's very different. And now a lot of trans activists are coming along and completely ripping that down and saying, no, actually, if you don't believe that transgender women are biological women, and that there's no meaningful or notable differences between the two, then you're a bigot. And that's where people get very turned off. It would be the same, the equivalent would be the gay community saying, no,
I can't,
two men
okay, something's going wrong with my full screen mode. Oh no, don't do that.
And have a child together without a woman.
We're having technical difficulties, folks. I think it's because of the extension or something. Okay, we're watching it like this, whatever.
And therefore, we should be able to adopt. Like, stop. The correct argument... And
why is she so stupid? Because this is her entire grift, right? Like, this is her absolute entire grift here. Is she just does not at all... like, she knows exactly what she's saying is wrong, and she knows that she's being absolutely reactionary as all fuck. And this is the entire reason she does this content. It works for her. Like, what are the views on this video, for example? This has got 228,958 views. She tends to put out videos at least a couple of times a week, and she has a podcast. Or no, like, no, once every week, once a week, all right? She's routinely putting out videos that get, like, one of her best videos exposing Jessica Yaniv has got over 2.5 million views. And, like, she has this habit of just cherry-picking and nitpicking at the trans community. And it makes her, like, reactionaries tend to do very well on YouTube and Twitch and things like that. Like, reactionaries have a lot of... Avis ampersand, welcome to the Rogue Room. Sit down, grab a drink, and chill out with us. Reactionaries find it very easy to find an audience because all you have to do is find a target and harass them and continually pick at them. And that's what she does, and she does it very well.
Welcome to the Rogue Room.
Paul Flora, welcome to the Rogue Room. Sit down, grab a drink, and chill out with us. Didn't disconnect your cameras this time. Well, that's good. So why is this not going into full screen mode? Because of the extension? There we go. I figured it out. Anyway, that's the point of Blair White. You know, she's very good at grifting. Don't understand why she has an opinion on trans people. Think people are well within their rights to have their preferences on who they have relationships with, regardless of how shallow. Don't get why she feels so strongly about this topic. If she doesn't like trans people, she could keep her opinion to herself and treat trans people with basic respect. She could, and she is trans. That's the problem. Yeah, that is the problem, is that she is transgender. And as a result, this is the thing, when she makes these kinds of commentaries that are largely negatively geared towards the transgender community, her views are respected by her reactionary fans because they see themselves as like, oh, I'm accepting and welcoming of trans people, but... And the reason is, because they see people like Blair White, and there are others like her, I think. I'd have to go and have a bit of a search, but I'm sure there are other transphobic trans personalities. She puts a ton of content out that specifically gears towards transphobes who think they're not transphobes, you know? And as I said, as a trans person, her opinion is respected because she's trans. If she's talking about trans issues, people will look at her and go, well, she knows what she's talking about as a trans person. And I dare say, like, how many of her audience do you think are actually transgender versus how many are cis? Definitely, that brings me to a point about the D-trans subreddit on Reddit. Someone did a poll on there about how many people on the D-trans subreddit are actually detransitioners, and the majority of the votes in the poll, like, it had MTF, FTM, and then MF, and like one other option that I can't remember, and the majority of the votes in that poll were F. So, like, not trans people at all. So detransitioners, that's a whole topic we could get into, honestly. It's 12:49 a.m, for fuck's sake. I don't know how much more I could take of this. I need to go to the gym in the morning and I need to call the doctors.
One that the gay rights movement actually used was, we know 2 men and 2 women cannot make a baby, but we promise that we can provide safe, stable, and loving homes for a child. Please let us and allow us the legal opportunity to adopt like everyone else. Do you see the difference?
Put the video on 1.5 times? Do we need to speed her up a little bit? That's quality. Playback speed 1.25.
That is a rational legal, but we...
Let me go back a bit.
To people get very turned off. It would be meaningful or notable differences between the two, then you're a bigot. And that's where people get very turned off. It would be the equivalent would be the gay community saying, no, 2 men can have a child together without a woman, therefore we should be able to adopt. Like, stop. The correct argument, and it's one that the gay rights movement actually used, was, we know 2 men and 2 women cannot make a baby, but we promise that we can provide safe, stable, and loving homes for a child. Please let us.
Semantics. I can't believe I didn't catch this. This is semantic bullshit. She doesn't have a point here. She's just rambling.
And allow us the legal opportunity to adopt like everyone else. Do you see the difference? That is a rational, not too much to ask for argument. But if the gay community said, no, you have to believe that 2 men can actually give birth to a child, and if you don't agree, you're a bigot, people were going to...
Well, I mean, trans men. You know, if you have a trans man and a cis man and they decide to have a baby together, yeah. And in that regard, she's completely dismissing trans people yet again.
Get turned off. That's what happens.
People like her, by the way.
When everyday, normal, regular people hear things like, transgender women are no different than biological women ever, and if you disagree, you're a bigot. Here's another one. The notion of biological sex.
I hate the fact that this is the thing that always gets me, is like they always try to turn bigot into a dirty word when they're being bigoted. It's like, oh, when people disagree with my opinions, they call me a bigot. Then stop being a bigot then. Dr. Sleep 89, welcome to the Rogue Room. Sit down, grab a drink, and chill out with us. I need to turn my alert volume back up because I can't hear them anymore.
Developed for the exclusive purpose of being weaponized against people. How trans activists...
Go back a second. The notion of biological sex was developed for the exclusive purpose of being weaponized against people. Courts are recognizing it, now you should too. I mean, yeah, it really is. It's a categorization. Like, biological sex is a lot deeper than male-female. We know this. It's why she speaks so slow. When you're falling asleep to her arguments, you never notice how much of them are just straight-up fallacy. People get turned off. Bigots get turned off, and I don't really give a flying piss about bigot opinions, exactly. Gonna run to the store. Oh my goodness, Dr. Sleep. That came out of nowhere. Thank you so kindly for the gifting of the members, the gifting of the subs. The gifting of the subs. to Amanda Panda, Fluffy Pants, Minim,
Welcome back,
Jamie and Lavender,
supporter of the cause.
XEODEUK. Oh shit. Thank you so kindly. That came out of nowhere. Oh my goodness, you're legend. Absolute bloody legend.
You are now one of us.
Oh, that's incredible. Thank you so kindly. What else can I say? What else can I do? I don't know what else I can do other than keep watching Blair White be a dickhead.
You are now one of us.
Parrot voice. Fucking legend. Fucking legend. Time for bed, Demacia. Have a good one. 2.5 hours of physical rehab to complete tomorrow. I really should go to bed. Can we call this for tomorrow night? Can we come back to Blair White? Oh my god. Wait, is this real? Is this real? How old is this? Is this a joke? Is this just an edgy joke? But mate. Oh my fucking god. I mean, you can tell by like the shape of the Twitter icons. This is an older one, but holy fuck. Dude, like there was a time period, don't get me wrong, a few years ago where people were making these kinds of edgy jokes at like the beginning of the Trump administration kind of phase, like 2014 to 2016. There was definitely a lot of people making extremely edgy jokes, which honestly just led to Trump getting elected in the first place. Another one, Blair Black, intersectional, trans, feminist, depressed, mentally ill, black. Oh my god. This is why we don't stan. How is Shoe on Head friends with this cunt? Honestly, are they still friends? I mean, I like Shoe on Head, and yet it seems routinely that she's expressed that she's a friend of Blair White's, and I'm like, can you maybe fucking not? I mean, I don't think this is obviously a charcoal face mask that she's using, but like, to use that to then make blackface related jokes. Welcome Black Lives Matter, non-binary dragonkin. Unix Junkie, welcome to the Rogue Room. Sit down, grab a drink, and chill out with us. I really need to do something with regards to subs. I need to brainstorm some ideas for like subs and hosts and raids and all that shit. So if you folks want to join me in that tomorrow in the Discord, I'm gonna have a chat about what things we can do to spice up the stream a little bit with regards to all the other alerts, because I've already got a little bit of a thing with the follows, you know, sit down, grab a drink, and chill out with us. That's my little slogan. When someone follows, but when someone subs, when we get a gift sub bomb, when we get hosts and raids and all that, I don't know what to do with those. Don't think she chose. Is her surname originally White? I don't know. I honestly, like, Blair White sounds like a stage name. Sounds like it's an entire name change thing. Grammar streams. Look at the behavior of the left as to why Trump got elected. You're on the left. If the left didn't react the way they did, it wouldn't have legitimized him, pushed people to the right. I think you do have a point, honestly. There were, back then, there were quite... honestly, it was a... Welcome
to the Rogue Room.
Both sides of the... How do you say that one? Levy Mono 7, I suppose. Welcome to the Rogue Room. Sit down and grab a drink and chill out with us. It was the issue of both sides, honestly. There was a lot of memeing around Donald Trump becoming president, that led to him becoming president, honestly. And there were Levy, there we go. Welcome in, Levy. There was definitely a lot of people on the left being fairly ridiculous and the right being very contrarian and adversarial, and specifically nitpicking and targeting. And I think there was just a very much, honestly, the Trump thing was very much a meme movement. Everyone was going to vote for Trump for the meme, for the joke of it. And as a result, they slowly became actually radicalized into believing his viewpoints. And as the administration actually kicked off and, you know, the last 4 years actually spiraled into chaos, you know, I think a lot of people actually did get legitimately radicalized. And things got worse. I don't think it was necessarily purely... I don't think it was necessarily purely the left, but there definitely were people who were very, very... Both sides of the equation were... and this is honestly like just American politics in general, in my personal opinion. We're still trolling through Blair's vomit. I'll save it for tomorrow because my chest is hurting and I think I need to go to bed. Phil streaming again. How you doing? How's it hanging? I think I'm going to have to end it though because I am... Trump didn't even expect him when he just wanted to get a TV network out of it. Well, it's looking very likely that he is going to get a TV network out of it, or a political party out of it, or something. The thing about Donald Trump is specifically that he is an attention whore, and he always has been. He wants attention. That's all he's ever wanted. And, which is why, you know, missed the stream. Sorry. I'm so sorry. I was going to go for a bit longer and keep doing this Blair White video, but my chest is actually aching and I want to go to bed. So I'm going to find someone to raid and we're going to go visit someone else. We will come back to this, because Blair White's always... welcome to the Rogue Room, grab a drink and sit down. Should definitely be pre-recorded. I like the fact that I say it, though. I like the fact that I actually get that out there. But yeah, I'm calling the doctors tomorrow about this. This has been killing me, honestly, and I'm worried that it's going to lead to something serious, so I need to get this checked out. So, here's someone. I don't know if I've rated her before. Aria Slays doing Just Chatting. This is the problem with Just Chatting, is like, unless their title says what they're doing, I don't know what people are doing. Yeah. If I'm having... Hang on. Sleep, it's all good. Oh, goodness. Hello, Uncle Fester. They do have a big group. Yeah, I don't like to raid too high up. You know what? We did raid Emmy a couple of weeks ago. But, oh, she's on a break. We'll chill out until she comes back. It's the chat roulette of Twitch. We'll raid Midnight Emmy. Just play some Stardew. Or... We've got a few options here. Girl of Tomorrow is playing Fallout 4. Closure is playing Valheim. Ginger Magician is playing Path of Exile. I do wish I knew more Just Chatting streamers, honestly. But with less dongs, thankfully. There's still one every now and again.
Welcome to the Rogue Room.
Welcome to the Rogue Room, P2. Get out and grab a drink and chill out with us while we decide who we're going to raid. Less dongs, more cleavage. I'll take cleavage. I prefer to look at cleavage than look at dongs, honestly. I don't want to watch Little Nightmares 2. I'm actually going to stream that soon. I raided Pixel not too long ago. She's got 400 viewers. Like, I feel redundant if I raid someone that high up on the viewer list. If we stay at sub 100, it feels like I can actually perhaps make an impact on someone. Feels weird to raid someone who's got hundreds of viewers. This is why I'm looking at... Oh, Emmy's got a new lighting setup. We're going to go to Emmy. She's just come back. Although she's been streaming for 4 hours, so she could be ending. Well, you know, let's just harass her anyway. Oh, it looks like she's going back to the game. Okay, cool. So we're going to go raid Midnight Emmy. She's a good friend. She's cool. And thank you, everybody. Thank you so kindly for the follows, the bits, the subs. It's been a great night. You've been so bloody lovely. And tomorrow, we'll tear into fascism. Fascism is bad. I'll try to get some resources on fascism. If you have... What if you start a stream? Well, Amanda, I have been considering it, but you're never live as I'm ending. But we'll do Emmy tonight. I'll catch you soon. If you're not already in the Discord, folks. If you're not already following my Twitter, folks. If you're not already following my Insta, folks. If you're not already following my YouTube, folks. Go do all of those things. I will be live tomorrow at 9 PM Australian Eastern Daylight Time. It is currently 1 AM Australian Eastern Daylight Time. So I'll be live today, 4 hours ago, basically. And Amanda, let me see if I'm following you, actually. And we will do some stuff. We will do some stuff, friends. I'm now following you. There you go. And we'll follow up on the Blair White thing, maybe. We'll see how we go. We'll restart the video and we'll do a full reaction to it. Anyway, thank you so kindly. You've all been lovely. I love your faces. I'll see you when I'm looking at you.